Something about our original flow, man, just never gets old. This is the original one we designed at 432thedrop.com, man. Look out for the brand new flow, man, and we're gonna just make it feel like this again. I want it to feel like this again, man. Just want it to feel like home for you. Home for you. This is the Drop Library, man. We're getting cozy. Shabbat up. Pray everyone's zoned up, had a great Shabbat. Just finding those tools you need. Surfing away. I'll definitely make sure we got the link to the OG Drop Library. At the brand new 432thedrop.com. We're here just to keep the water flowing for you. As long as you need it, as much as you need it. Drop Nation, we here. Ahab, let us find the truth for this inspiration. To keep our time capsule, man, full of drop. That my Nagas have, sent in throughout the years. HaWah. Hey, this Prester John. Installment number 74. Feels so good, don't you agree? Oh, we got a lot of work to do. A lot of places to look for Prester John. We're talking a lot of theories over here. And it's all good to have a theory. They just have to realize that they have theories and that their theories don't have to be our theories. That's all we say. Everyone has a theory about the world. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Lost tribes and promised lands. Get it, man. You got the drop. Let's go. And right before we even get into this, man, I want to get to a great comment I have up here. Right into the email. Hey, hi, my sister Zion Dove. Let's go. Since the Cuba and Kapango area are so close in proximity, it has me thinking. The southern part of modern-day India that supposedly sank, in which Sri Lanka, or Ceylon, is the only remaining portion of what was. And some say the sunken area is a myth. Could it be that the same area of Kapango that is not on the map may be the same area that is supposedly sunken in the Indian Ocean? Only they switched the location of the area that could have spanned it in landmass all the way towards Mexico, linking to the Olmec. Whoa! Ping, pow, aqua, Zion Dove, you popping off. I mean, she's surfing the wave. We talked about this Cuba drop in correlation with the Afghan. Make sure you get Prester John 70. Dig on it, man. Because the Afghan plays. I've been telling y'all the Afghan plays. Except the Afghan is only the son of Jeremiah, grandson of Saul, King Saul, that is. And Afghan even served in the court of the house of David, my Naga. Because King David, took in, Jonathan's family and King Saul's family, you know what I'm saying? Get it out the script. But we don't hear about the Afghana, son of Jeremiah, who they got Afghanistan from over there. They just renamed all these places, which is why my sister said only they switched the location of the area that could have spanned it in landmass all the way towards Mexico, linking the Olmec from Atlantic Ocean to Indian Ocean, or the Chinese Sea, right? Like we be getting in these maps of Cathay right here in so-called North America, which would eliminate any connections to America being India's superior Asia, conveniently allowing history to be placed in modern-day India or Central Asia without anyone commoners expecting a thing. After all, that continent, Kumari Khandam, is a myth. Ooh, ooh. My sister got the drop. Because, now she's really connecting the Kumari Khandam with Kapangu. Kapangu. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's getting good to us, y'all. It's getting good to us. My sister said Kapangu. What's that China map looking like again? This is an interesting take on things in the year 1500. See, at the bottom of this map, it says this is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry VII in the year 1500. This is a map of America. This is a map of America, my nigga. It's written on the map that this is a map of America. You see Atlantis over here, right? Here, the great Antilia, which is Plato's Atlantis. Okay. Then you got the Azores, which they say these are just the tips of the mountain ranges that are underneath the water. So the islands that look like just separated land bodies, they're the tips of the highest mountain ranges that are underneath the water. They're just poking out. Con. So is this, right? Because there's much more underneath this. This is 1500 given to King Henry VII. Gotcha. This owl be full of demons. What they mean? They mean dragons. Because they like to call Leviathan Satan, But this is HaWah's dragon. How could HaWah's dragon be Satan? Oh boy. And who sunk Atlantis? Was it Leviathan? When you have some time to, pop off, just start reconning scripture and Atlantis. Just put it in Google into the algorithm. Atlantis, scripture. And you're going to see the book of Job keep popping up. The book of Job. Some say the book of Job is the first book, which would put it in the Atlantis time. He's talking about Leviathan. I mean, my nigga, they Leviathan sink Atlantis. That's all I want to say. You know what I'm saying? But all right. It's Prester John 74, man. And we just surfing the wave, man. What it do? Kapangu. What it do? This is a map of America. This is a map of America. But the Chinese sail on this sea. This is a map of America. Are they calling South America Antarctica? Like, where's South America, right? So, this is why we got the theory. I said it's okay to have a theory over here as long as you know it's a theory. We got theories. It's all good, We're on an investigation, man. Get out of our way. No one's over here saying we know anything. We say that we know a little bit about a lot and a lot about a little. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know a whole bunch of stuff. We just are investigating. Fall back. Everybody, wants to, jump the gun. We're a team of investigators that tribe up. We buy land, we KTC, and we build fences and stuff, man. We just popping up. This is a map of America. The Chinese sail upon this ocean. Spices, like the Silk Road, right? Like Genghis Khan's Silk Road and all these spice roads, spices. Where they're getting the spices, full of gold and rich spices. Queen of Sheba got these spices, Khan. I'm talking about the city of the Khan. Now they call it continents, man. Oh man, we out of here, man. Now they call it continents. Now they call them continents. And they say there's 7 continents, like the 7 cities of gold. Rich spices full of gold. Continents. We got elephants and apes, there's a whole Mongol story about, a Batu Khan and all them rolling up, the Mongols in America on elephants, man. Here's Ptolemy's India. Managi, this is a map of America and the way to China. How do you get to China? America. So whatever China that is over there is bullocks, man. And it's no disrespect to the so-called Chinese. It's just that you're not actually the Chinese, because this is the great Khan of China. My naga, this is a map of America. Oh boy. Okay. Let me get my water. Get comfortable. I'm over here squeezing myself in this car, so I can, have some space. I got 6 droplets popping off, so I need to get it in where I can fit it in. You know what I'm saying? Ahab to the Ether Squad, holding down the wheel at 432, the Drop Radio. Download the app for free and surf the wave. Take the Surf the Wave challenge 5 nights a week, 5 minutes, man, and tell us how you really feel. Tell us how you really. Hey man, we just popping off because we said we're getting the Prester John 100. This is 74. So why would there be the Great Khan of China in the map of America? This is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry VII in the year 1500. This is the Great Khan of China. This is Kapangu, which some call Japan. Here is Ptolemy's India. How do you have India, China, and Japan right in your face bone on a map of America, my naga? We ain't over here going crazy. This ain't the only map we've seen with India over here or China over here. You know this. You surfing the wave. We got mermaids, we got dragons, and all kind of fly stuff, right? Literally, right? And we say a Maru Khan, we talking about the Drakan, they go crazy. It's a myth, right? It's a myth. Or did they turn us into a myth like my Aqua's talking about? Let's go. So now that you see Kapangu, right? One more time. It's a map of America. You see China, the Khan, the Grand Khan. They're painting their images on you, but just know that this is what they find in America, man. So if this is Florida right here, where would Texas be? Right here. Come on, man. Texas, Sylvanus, Solomon, Khan. Come on, man. India. Where would Texas be? The city of the Khan. Khantan ships laden with pepper and rich spices, full of gold. Oh boy. Okay. So we know where Kapango is. And we're going to get some more about Japan. And the more you research old Japan, don't think of it as Japan today. Just like Jerusalem or Israel. It's not Israel today. It's not Egypt. That's not where OG Egypt is, man. Once you start seeing that this is China and Japan, and you're going to have to put the old world where the old world belongs, the ancient world where the ancient world belongs. And even in their Mason books, they know that not all the land popped up out the primordial waters at the same time. It's not a downplay on Africa. It's just that it's not as ancient as this land right here. It's the same land. It's no competition. It's all Ama. It's all our mother. We love our mother in Africa, anywhere else they call her. That's our Ama. What we're saying is this is the ancient world, man. All right? And they found a gang of Nagas in the ancient world, right? Dancing around, popping off. But they call it newfound land of their master, and that there's much gold with these Nagas just popping off, right? These Nagas popping off, but they got all the gold. And they want to demonize you, call you devils. But how close is this to Kapangu? Naga, we talking Florida, Barbados. But on the maps today, you don't see this island anymore. You don't see this anymore. This is what the sister's talking about with stuff being sunken. You know what I mean? And some say the sunken area is a myth. So she's comparing Cuba, right? What do we get out of this cabal drop? Cuba. Cabal, which they say now is in Afghanistan, but it can't be the real damn Afghanistan. Not when there's a cabal. Missouri. And don't say it's spelled with a C. Because even in this Kabul, they still say it's also spelled with a C. Abool. Just like this. But here they say, oh, it's just some old damn near ghost town now, right? Nicknamed Kabul. And they say some architect, worked on the railroad construction in Afghanistan and thought this area in southern Texas County looks similar to the region in Kabul, Afghanistan. So they called the whole place after. But old legends claim that Kabul was named after an Indian chief. Wow. So which one is it? And is it all the same thing? Is this the Afghana, knowing that Afghana is the son of Jeremiah, kid Prester 70? So he's talking about Hebrews, right? Afghana served, in the high court, in King David's court, my naga. So he's with the Prester. Afghana's with the Prester in the land of the Prester, or the great Khan. Columbus is looking for the Khan. He's trying to find India, right? Oh, but this is India, full of gold. Much gold, Florida, or Kapangu. And what happened to this island? What happened to this island? So we got to get some more about this Indian chief. Shout out to my sister. I don't have your name in front of me. Sorry about that, Aqua, but you know who you are. She's connecting. Maybe we'll get some of these comments. She's connecting this Kabul with Sitting Bull. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Is there a connection with Chief Kabul and Sitting Bull? This is why we investigate. This is why we stay focused and not let the world distract us. Oh, you can't get in this restaurant. These mandates. Da 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 da. Manage. You know what it is. It's what we've been preparing for. It's what we've been talking about. But this investigation is not history. This is you waking up, being aware, in the deepest layers of yourself to connect to your frame and your shape. Who you are is more important than ever. You know what I'm saying? So knowing that you are in the land of Kapangu, Cathay, the Great Khan, come on, man. They didn't bring you from no Africa. They found you here. They found you in China. They found you in India, man. They found you in Kapangu. This is where you're from. But what happened to this island? There should be an island, you know, to the so-called west of Florida before you hit the mainland of India Superior, or what they call North America. But does North America exist, right? Back to that. Back to that. Oh man, we just surfing away. Does North America exist, man? Yeah, man. According to the Orontius finds, man, 1531, North America is Asia, or Cathay. You see it right there in the middle. Cathay. You see Florida again right here. Now, this is 1531. But right 30 years before that, in 1500, on this King Henry VII map, there is an island still there. But 30 years later, they take it off. Or maybe, see if we can get this closer. This is as big as I got it, but, there might be little specks here that represent Kapangu. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Little islands. You know what I mean? That might represent it, but this is the real Japan. The real Japan. It's not the only map that has no North America in the 1500s. And were they tripping, or did things change? 1561, Carta Marina Novova Tavola has the same thing. South America connects directly with Asia, or Grand Tartary. Did they have it wrong? I mean, what? Or is this what it is? Now you see Canada way up here. What is North America, or is it Grand Tartary? Where they get in a Tartaria situation, but they're just talking about the superior Naga and superior India, man. And what do you see right in the middle? China. Chine. So that got us digging back into the OSP, because they got a character named China who was a person, a man, what they call a deliverer, a Mashiach, who's living contemporaneous with Moses, man. So he's living at the same time. To be contemporaneous means that you're living at the same time, or around the same time. So he's living at the same time, delivering his people, just like Moshe. And look where he's located. Right near Mexico, right? So is it a different character, or is it a different, title? Is China really Moshe? China is just Kana. They wouldn't say Cha with the CH cha, they would call it the ka, like the Khan. CHAN, Chan, is really Khan. KHAN, but they hide it with that vernacular spin, with that vernacular twist. China is Kana, so this it's just titles. China is the Khan, the Khan, the Kana, Canada, my nut. Come on. Now they call them continents. Moses, Moshe, that's another title. So you know what I'm saying? Are these the same man, the same person? Or we're just talking Prester John, priest king? Did a black man discover the fountain of youth? And why do they keep connecting it with Florida, man? Right in the same vicinity. Right in the same vicinity. And what happened to Kapango? You know, if you pull up a map, you know, Mercator, projection, all continents. Let's see. I mean, basically any map. Let's see if we can get a real basic one here. Oh yeah, you got some upside down situations, you know, letting you know that the map has been flipped. And they call this the MacArthur Universal Corrective Map of the World, showing you that they flipped your map, my knock. North is south, east is west. I mean, what else is going wrong? What else could go wrong? See if we can pull up one of these and just see if they've taken off Kapangu in their maps. Let's get it bigger. It gets a little blurry, but let's get another one that's a little clearer, man. But you can see already that it's not there, you know, even with this particular scale. There's just nothing there. You know, it looks like they just took it off, and it's what the sister's talking about, like, you know. So what they call the Kamari condom or the sunken land over there, you know, how do we know that it's not really in relation, you know, to a land right here that they just took off the map, literally. Some nice little projections they got, though. If you keep surfing away. Commonly used map projections. Let's get some orientation, man. Off the icsm.gov.au. Even in ones like this, they put you on the other side, right? They put you on the east, not the west. So, you know, the more you dig, the more you stop getting stuck at one projection. These have us in the east. Where's the east? Where's the west? But they tell us that we're in the west. Come on, man. Here's one that's pretty clear as an outline at least. And again, you see no island. Again, we're looking for this Kapangu Island right here. This is Florida. You know what I mean? There should be an island of Japan to the left of Florida, using that same type of projection. So Florida's around here. There should be something right here in the middle. You dig? There should be something right here in the middle. So, the search for Kapangu continues, man. We got to figure this out. I don't care where they put us, there's nothing there no more, right? They just conveniently don't put nothing there no more. Nothing represent Kapangu, man. Love to take a seat. Got us in this very super chill 432 lo-fi playlist, man. We're enjoying that drop. And love to my sister Dove's, Zion Dove, man. Love to Zion Dove. What a great comment, right there. Hit me up, man. Music at 432thedrop.com. And Ahab for everybody getting on them Ether packs and Prester packs. We got them all, going out. I think tomorrow will be everything. Everything's been shipping out. So Ahab Chef Candy for working overtime for the tribe, getting everybody's orders out. And, all your support is just greatly appreciated. You know what I'm saying? This is a community supported, flow that we got. So, you have the heart bone, to see us continue. We appreciate every way that you're doing that. You're supporting our fans. We're building in real time. So, Ahab to you. Boots are on the ground and we popping off. So, with this in mind and just knowing that, there's a connection with this Cuba and this cabal, this Cuba and this cabal, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about cabal, that cabal is Kabul, which could be Sitting Bull up to the HaWah. That this Kabul connects with this. In Sanskrit, it was known as Cuba, right? And it could be an Indian chief. You got this Cuba connection that the sister's referring to because she's surfing the wave just like you. Since thus Cuba and Kapangu area are so close in proximity, it has me thinking the southern part of the modern day India that supposedly sank, in which Sri Lanka or Ceylon is the only remaining portion of what was. And some say the sunken area is a myth. What could it be? Could it be that the same area of Kapangu that is not on the map be the same area that is supposedly sunken in the Indian Ocean? And that, we can't find Kapangu. Only they switched the location of the area that could have spanned it in landmass all the way towards Mexico, linking the Olmec from Atlantic Ocean to Indian Ocean, which would eliminate any connections to America being India, Superior Asia, conveniently allowing history to be placed in modern day India and or Central Asia without anyone expecting a thing, especially regular Nagas, right? They wouldn't even know. After all that continent, Kumari Kondom is a myth, man. And that's a great place to, dig on the Kumari Kondom. Back to the Tamils, you know what I'm saying? I think somebody left that comment, or maybe she did, back to the Tamil dynasties and the Cholas and all that, man. Back to all this drop. I'm going to get right back in on your comments. You know what I'm saying? I want to, just get our perspective, man, back with a familiar friend, this rabbit and deer, you know what I mean? Love to, can't even pronounce this, but, something knowledge capital. And this is just a classic that my children love watching. They say it never gets old. And the more, I just came back to it after years. We dropped it years ago. And, I'm just going to surf the wave, man, because it really does come to life. It's so many levels, man. How these artists really depicted this reality, matrix versus reality situation. So let's surf the wave for old time's sake. And we'll get back into your comments. We'll pop off, man. See where we go in the drop library with the Prester investigation. We popping off. Let's get right here. Lego. And see clearly, my naga. Let's see clearly. All right, so we saw this before a while back. And, I was just watching it with my droplets. Me and Mac kicking back. And, it describes so much, so many of us are going through, when it comes to, building, with, folks we try to build with, you know what I'm saying? And, you might be disappointed because, a Naga ain't getting it or, ain't receptive to the information or popping off, whatever you want to call it, the awakening. He ain't waking up fast enough or she ain't waking, you might have a family member, different things. But just, kind of observe, man, just observe how they're flowing. Like right now, they're in like a two-dimensional space and they're having a great time. It's all good. She loves the fact that he doesn't really, know more, what I'm saying, to get into any other space, right? They're both in the same space and they say ignorance is bliss, right? They're having a great blissful time. Having a good old time. Life's good. Life is good. Let's see what happens. Okay, now you see a separation beginning. They're watching this rectangle TV like most of us do, right? And she's into this distracting stuff, whatever. She's popping off. She's plugged in. But what happens to the deer? All right. So, something in him says, man, let me blow up the spot. I want to watch something different. And they have to break free from this first, right? They got to break free from this rectangle called a television, right? They have to implode in order to break this thing, right? A conflict occurred. They had to have a conflict to even break out of this thing, for him to at least break out of it. She goes her way, he goes his. He gets a vision in this chaotic moment of something to investigate, something to look into. She just wants to go to sleep. He's ready to pop off. Can you dig it? But the conflict first had to happen. So, just apply this to your family, apply this to your friend, whatever, your people. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, sometimes there's a conflict that pushes one or both of you, you know, in a certain direction. It's not all bad. It's like they had to happen. That had to happen for him to even get the vision, right? The conflict between them had to happen to even get the vision. Now she want to go to sleep. He want to pop off. This is you. Team no sleep. Popping off. Popping off. Starts hitting the books, surfing the wave. Now she might be like, why you reading all them hijacked books, man? You know, you can't even tell me where these authors are from. But he's on an investigation. He got the light on. She sleep. He's over here searching. Popping off. And this is you too. You might be drained. You might feel tired from popping off. You know, definitely, you know, get your sleep, my naga. But, you know, sometimes you got to pop off, right? So you might feel like this. You know, I just watched this again. I'm like, man, this is, you know, it's encompassing so much of the characteristic of the investigation and the wave we're on. While some are not on it, you know, it's no, you know, separation. It's just a vision, you know, it's a pop offness that, you know, your nagas are going through, you know what I'm saying? You know, and we can all, you know, unify no matter where we at. We all got to be one drop, you know what I'm saying? So don't separate yourself because you popping off, and don't separate yourself because you feel like, you know, someone, you know what I mean, it's on a whole nother wave than you know what I'm saying? Be patient, see how it all comes together because we all need each other. He's popping off right now. She's trying to figure it out, right? Popping off. Now she's irritated that he's popping off. She want him to be on the same wave as her. Just like when it started. You know, jolly old time. Ignorance is bliss. She's irritated. She got the blankets over her. She don't understand. She wish she can get it. Ain't nothing wrong with her. She just ain't popping off, right? There's decisions and choices and things and barricades and barriers possibly in her way that she's probably blocking her Baruch, you know, that she can't see clear right now. But right now, some of my Nagas feel like this, just irritated because they don't understand another Naga that's popping off. Let's go. He's like, look, man, enough of the games. I'm popping off. Watch TV by yourself. Mm. And notice he's popping off with this sacred geometry, Love to the Templar, Platonic Silence. Like, he's popping off, my nigga. He's in that frequency flow. Yeah, he's doing the math. She's still asleep. So my niggas feel like this, you know. She over here trying to make an effort, you know what I mean? Maybe to distract him, you know, or maybe because she just feeling lonely. Or maybe she just, you know what I'm saying, want to show her AI. You know, for us, we might be focused, you know, we might be popping off. You know, don't push your loved ones away, you know what I'm saying, because you popping off. But at least, you know, understand that this is what's going on right now. There's a separation and she don't understand and she's making these efforts. And then, you know, once they feel like they're pushed away, they spaz out like a little child and create another opportunity. Now, I ain't just gonna let this slide like she just didn't throw a glass at my man's head. I think she a little crazy. I think he need to get up, get her up out of here, man. He need to get her, you know, you need to get that crazy, you know, up out of here. She threw a glass at your head bone, man. Come on, dear. I mean, you're having this pop offness. You need to pop off with that, man. That can't slide, man. You know, that's a violation right there. But it did lead to an opportunity. And let's just, you know, look at it metaphorically speaking. You know what I mean? When the hijack or even your family, you know, or your people, they might have some reaction verbally. It might be a reaction, however, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, don't fight against the wave, you know what I'm saying? Because it might lead to an opportunity, you know, but this is what's happening. You see the conflict. You know, I'm having fun here, but I'm just really paying attention to the conflict because a lot of us feel like we shouldn't experience any type of conflict as we pop off with our loved ones or, you know, even our people that, you know, are surfing the wave, you know what I'm saying, yada, yada. But there's levels to it. It's not just they're showing one separation, but there's many when it comes, you know what I'm saying, to surfing the wave. You know, you're not always going to be on the exact same wave, man. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes people lash out. Sometimes people speak out. Sometimes, you know, whatever the case is, and all it does is put you into another frequency, another experience. And here we go again. So he got that energy, he got that spark, and now suddenly he starts to see clearly. Whoa, now he sees in not just 2 dimension, but 3 dimension. He just added a whole nother dimension to his flow. But it was sparked off by the conflict and the so-called wrath of his homie throwing a glass at his head bone. You know, what would that be in your life that pushes you into a space where you get that you get that zap, you get that frequency, man. You know, you get that charge up. And that charge up, even if it's a conflict, it's really only there by design to lead you here. So don't look at the charge up or even the person who charged you up, you know, in the negative. They were used to get you to see clearly. Somebody got a conflict with you, you ain't gotta have no hate in your heart because they were used to get you to see clearly. Wow. Now he can see the world for what it is. See, ignorance is bliss when he was living in his two-dimensional realm, trying to break through, doing that work. But you see, he had to put that work in to even be in a position to pop off. They say opportunity meets preparation is success. Well, you had to have the preparation. You got to be surfing the wave. He was putting in that work, and here comes the wrath of his homie that puts him into a space that gets him to see clearly and see the world, in this case, as a two-dimensional world, man. Now let's pay attention to the relationship. Obviously, this is what we're experiencing as we popping off. We got homies that's still in this two-dimensional world, call it the Matrix. It's a real deep little skit right here, man, that these people put together at the Maholi Nagi and Naga University of Art and Design. Love to Peter Vatsk. We just showcasing your art and, making our own, connections, you know what I'm saying? But this is where we are today, my Naga. We're seeing the world for what it really is. But how does it affect our relationships? Right? We're in Prester John 74. You know what I mean? So we're putting that work in to be at maximum pop-offness. You know what I'm saying? So we can continue to surf the wave. How does it affect our personal relationships as we're doing all this investigating? They're going to look at you like you just a brand new Naga, right? Hey, what's up with you, man? Why you got your locks popping off, man? Hey, what's up with you, man? You know what I'm saying? Why you wearing these beautiful, garments, these MHOE ponchos, man? You know what I mean? What's up with you, man? Why you got that Tanaka in your hand, man? They're gonna look at you different, right? Let's go. And this is what Israel's supposed to be to the world. That's why the script saying that you are gods. Aren't you gods? Aren't ye gods amongst these people, man? This is, that translation, what it's referring to. You in a whole nother frequency, man. You in a whole nother frequency to these hijacks. Uh-oh, he just opened a rift, right? He accidentally opened a portal. Now, that wasn't accidental, that was meant to be. He tore through it. Now, will she follow him? Or will she say, I ain't gonna follow you. I ain't no follower. You're not God, man. Well, he's showing you that there's a whole nother dimension to this. There's a whole nother layer to this. There's a whole nother awareness. That this deer doesn't have to claim to be the creator. This deer is literally bringing her right to the door. Is she gonna surf the wave? Can she surf the wave is the question. Just because you walk through the door doesn't mean that you're really meant to exist there. Maybe HaWah's showing you something, but you still got work to do. Let's go. She couldn't open that door. So your friends and your people might get frustrated because they're trying to walk through the same door you're in. You're talking about Prester John 74. They can't walk through the door. You have to open that door for them. Now they might say, I ain't gonna follow you. You're telling them I'm opening the door for you. This is when the ego come into play, right? But maybe she's interested. Let's go. She can't grasp it. She can't grasp reality. So now my knock is constructing, right? He's constructing a way to break her free. Before she thought she was free already. Now, this is, like a miracle, right? He's just showing her what it's like, but this ain't her world. So he can't make her, three-dimensional like himself, you know what I'm saying? Or he can't really bring her fully to the awareness. She really has to put that work in the same way he did, or, however her journey is. But he's showing her the way. He's showing her what it's like. She's taking steps for the first time outside of her world, but she still doesn't belong to this three-dimensional world or this wave. We might open the door for Nagas. They could surf the wave for years and walk like you, but still not grasp reality, still not grasp what you grasp. They still walking in your door asking about structure. She can't see it. She can't grasp reality. He's seeing clearly. This is clear, clear water we're surfing. She's now taking her first steps in reality, but she doesn't belong to reality. And that apple, it kind of reminds me of the Garden of Eden, the Adam and Eve type of flow, almost. But, she's now getting the first clear picture of something that is, on a whole new awareness. And I believe this is what we are going into. We talk 432 and, HaWah, saving the Nagas and, raising our frequency so that we can see clearly. We're in that 2D right now. We're in that matrix. We think this is what it is. But again, our eyeballs are not designed to see 100% of the light spectrum, right? We only see less than 1% of light. So we're like the walking blind for real. You know what I'm saying? Thinking we're just living our life going to and fro. We haven't seen clearly yet. And that's a funny moment, but just take it in that there was a moment where he didn't recognize his best friend. You know what I mean? And this is what you're going through in your relationships where, your frequency's shifting, you know what I mean? So you might not really recognize the people closest to you, you know what I'm saying? But they, they're still working at merging, these worlds and this reality, but she can't act like she got the drop on him. She don't see what he see. She didn't walk him through that door. He walked her through the door. And he's still, giving the Ahab to her. He could have just left her behind, right? So it's ultimate Ahab that he's even trying to show her anything. But that's all Ahab. But if she ever act like she showed him the door, that's not reality. But he didn't recognize it for a moment. So be patient with each other. We're going through this. Uh-oh. So she's getting some weather. She's getting some more reality. Just to remind her that she's not built for this. She's not built yet. In this frequency she's in, she's not ready for the rain, right? She's not ready for the drop. So she ain't really ready to surf the wave. She's just getting a glimpse because somebody walked her through the door. She ready for that drop? Uh-oh. See that drop? Mama? Hey, mama could be, mama could, nourish you and wrap you up in all that zon, or mama could really get you wet. Mama could really be chaotic if you're not ready, if your frequency ain't ready. Now, she can handle this in her world, but in the world, she ain't ready for the drip. He don't understand that she ain't ready. Hold up. What did he just see? Is that a wall, like a barrier, kind of like an Antarctica flow? So he ran into a barrier. He's now looking to get over a brand new barrier, man. She's getting washed up. He found a brand new barrier to overcome. My nigga ready to build a fence, you know what I'm saying? And my nigga ready to build a fence. He ain't worried about the drip. He's built for this. She getting washed up. She ain't really ready to surf the wave. She getting washed up now. And the Naga could surf the wave with you forever. You know what I'm saying? And still get washed up, in that mem. You know what I'm saying? Because, they thought they were fully functioning in reality, because you are. If she makes the mistake that she's him, she gonna get washed up. This is to remind her that she ain't him. And as much work, as she thinks she's done, she gonna have to put that work in to get that frequency up to handle the drop. Got washed up. He still love her though, you know, but she got washed up. He had to put homegirl back in her own world. You know what I mean? She over here sneezing. These days, they'll say she got the tenderoni because she sneezing. You know what I'm saying? She had to go back to her own world to heal up and reel up and put that work in, man. He's seen that he can bend reality. Now he has to get his skills up. He gonna try to force his way, you know, through brutal force, man. He gonna have to zine up for this one. Man, you gotta zine up for this one, man. Yeah, man. It's that moment, my niggas, you know, when you're looking at each other like, do we belong in two different worlds? You can't follow me, girl. You can't really follow me to my world. And I can't stay in yours. But I still love you. I still love you. But we don't see eye to eye. You know, we're not equally yoked right now. It don't mean we can't, you know, deal with each other. But you gonna let me have to reach maximum pop offness, man. Cause I'm popping off, man. 432, the drop, we popping off. Surfing away. Right. So now she's realizing that she can't change him. He has to go in his world. She has to get herself whole. She has to be whole, you know, make her choices. She gave up trying to change him, distract him. She gonna have to let him pop off. It's okay. It's not a sad moment, Drop Nation. I don't want to see no tears being shed. This is when she knows that he gotta reach maximum pop offness, man. And she got to fall back, man. Surfed away. Let's go. It's all good though. All Ahab. It's a good ending, my nigga. It's a good ending. It's all Ahab, man. Ahab. They found a way to coexist. This is why I'm showing you this as we pop off Prester John 74. It's okay to pop off and let your people know you got to pop off and go through the conflict you got to go through, because if it's worth it to both of y'all, if there's value there, you're going to find a way to coexist. You're going to find a way to, I'll eat my real apples, eat your fake ass apples, man. And this might be, what I'm saying? Look, man, this is real spill, man. You know what I mean? So this might be a situation, where, you're like, look, man, I'm going to keep the code. And they're over there still going to church. You know what I'm saying? Still calling on JC or some idol, some hijack. You might want to cut them off because they're not in your reality. All that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? As long as she ain't coming disrespectful, you know what I'm saying? As long as she, is given that, honor, you know what I'm saying? They can coexist. Now, if she was disrespectful about it, you know what I'm saying? Breaking the code, bearing false witness, covetous. Is she covetous? This is a great point as we dismount out of this rabbit and the deer. Love again to my holy Naga, Naga University, man. Yeah, man, this is deep, man. Is she covetous? I guess we don't know, but at least right now, it doesn't look like it. Right now, it looks like she's accepted it and she's willing to build with him, you know what I'm saying? To still have a build, Is he covetous towards her? Of course not. He's popping off. He has no reason to be covetous towards her, you know what I mean? That's a great point, though. As you coexist, whoever is popping off, you know what I mean? That's an issue, is that someone's naturally going to feel covetous, you know what I mean? Naturally, yada, yada. But as long as she ain't violating none of the code, they can coexist. That's how I feel. That's how I am. You know what I mean? We could do this, do that, but you ain't bringing the honor. You ain't bringing the Ahab and respect that I know I deserve, that you deserve, my Naga, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, you know what I mean? So, we all trying to reach maximum pop-offness. Just because he might take the time to do a YouTube channel, that don't mean that he stops his path of maximum pop-offness. You know what I'm saying? You might be watching this YouTube channel and you still in two dimensions. You still in 2D. You know what I mean? But are you going to, push him to reach maximum pop-offness? Or are you going to, you know what I'm saying, be a hater, you know what I mean? And, scoff at him and scorn and all that kind of stuff. So, how are you going to treat, this person reaching maximum pop-offness? But because he does a YouTube channel or he's on IG, drop a drop, that don't mean that his journey is complete because it's with you. You can't try to hold him into your vision and your journey and whatever you see when you're still in 2D. You're not going to understand his moves, man. She didn't have to understand his move. You know what I mean? The world ain't got to understand the apple he eats as reality. They can still eat this two-dimensional cartoon apple, man. But it looks like they've, found a intersecting line, you know what I'm saying? They found a tile to connect with, and that's all y'all pie with me. And he's still giving her something to drink because he has the power to make it exist for her, man. Wow. I'm sorry I've been long. I never meant to make you feel so lonesome. Sometimes. And I kind of like this, this life flow, because it kind of shows that even though they're in a different space, they're still affected by the same light. I guess, what it is he is choosing, to be still in the matrix a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Or connected to it for her because he loves it, He could have went through that portal and just kept going. So she can't go nowhere. She's stuck in 2D, you know what I mean? She can't go nowhere. He could blast off and fly into the mesosphere if he wants to. You know what I'm saying? So, as I look at it, her light is still his light only because he's made that choice. And that's true Ahab right there. I never meant to make you feel so lonesome. Yeah, that's deep, man. That's deep, man. Sometimes that's deep. That's deep. You tell me that when you were young. Oh, yeah. You thought you'd end up alone. That's my cut right there. That's my jam. I'm sorry. Everything's wrong. I don't know the words, man, but they're popping off, man. All right. Let's get a hold of ourselves, man. Let's get back in this super chill. Love to take a seat. So how y'all feel about that? I felt that was necessary to share in our Prester John investigation, because we can't, we come so far, and maybe you feel further than ever with others, and closer than ever with others. So don't let that discourage you either way. Either way, reach maximum pop-offness. Let's go. Lost tribes and promised lands. Picking it up right here. Who is Prester John? Let's just surf the wave, man. Let's get some more, intel. Let's get some more recon, on the Prester. Now, Rudolph Sanders right here calls him the last noble image of the Negro. I'm just belly flopping, man, right here on page 26 of the PDF. Get the drop in the drop library at 432thedrop.com. Page 40. In fact, Prester John had not originally been placed in Africa at all. The legend made its first known appearance in Europe in the 12th century, when Bishop Hugh of Jabala arrived in Rome to appeal for a second crusade on behalf of the beleaguered Christian princes that then established in the Near East. Again, where is East, right? Where is this Asia? Where is this Asia they keep talking about? You have to get it through your head bone. That you're in Asia. All right, just let this sink in as we get back in this, lost tribes and promised lands. I want to get back and make some great connections. I don't have anything written out. I'm just literally surfing the wave with you. That's how we do it in the Prester John investigation. And, see where it brings us. See what documents we connect to, stuff that we find along the way, stuff that we already have. We don't have to reinvent the drop. We already got it. And when you got it, you can take your time with it. You got to recognize you have it. When you got it, my nigga, oh boy. What about these big islands right here? Could this be Japan, Kapangu, man? Or is this connected with the Caribs, the Caribbean? Jamaica, Trinidad, and all them flows, man. So, where's Kapangu, man? Where's Kapangu? These are all valid questions we got. Because it means so much if they're just making stuff disappear. You have to at least snap into the reality that they're making stuff disappear. You have to snap into the reality that in the 1500s, this is what they were looking at when it comes to the world, so that when you're reading the stories of Columbus in 1492 sailing the ocean blue to find the Grand Khan, right here near Florida, Cathay, China. And man, it's the hottest thing, smoking, man, because this is a fire dragon. This is what the Amaru Khans are. The Amaru are the Drakan, letting you know who got the Khan in the land of the Drakan, in the land of Prester John, who is a meteor. Let's go. I mean, come on, man. Is it play? Is it play? Is it play? Let's go. So by now, I already know you know what's up. I'm just going to read. I'm just going to pop off. And you get what you get from it. Let's go. So this legend of Prester John made its first known appearance in Europe in the 12th century when Bishop Hugh of Jabala arrived in Rome to appeal for a second crusade on behalf of the beleaguered Christian princes then established in the Near East as a result of the first. Hugh told a hardening story about a Far Eastern king named simply John, a Nestorian Christian who had invaded Persia not long before, and conquered Ecbatana, its capital. John had then taken his army toward Jerusalem, intending to help its crusader king to defend it against Muslim attack, but had been unable to get his troops across the Tigris, describing John as a descendant of those magi who had made obeisance to the infant JC, and whose land he now ruled. Hugh said that he wielded an emerald scepter. So Prester John goes from being king of kings, emperor of the three Indias, to bowing down to baby Jesus in the New Testament. This is how the writers brought him to his knees, right? They didn't tell you he's the Prester, that this is the Melchizedek, Melchi king, Zedek, Zodak, priesthood. Hugh's story may have been based on the exploits of an actual Tartar king. The Tartars were often in contact with the far-flung Nestorians. Christian dodged the hijack. Remember what a Nestorian is. Nestor is classical mythology. You see what I'm saying? They make your entire world a myth, but no. They make your entire world a myth. Now, in mythology, he's the oldest and wisest of the Greeks in the Trojan War and the king of Palos. So this is a king. Nestor, king. Just take the breadcrumbs, because we're just talking mythology. Nestor is a king. Not only is Nestor a king, he's an old king and a wise king. Let's go. We're just talking Greek myth, right? Oldest and wisest. He's always the wisest, right? Wisest, oldest, right? Fountain of youth, old and wise. A wise old man, a sage. Hey, we're getting it like it's the first time. Love to the Templar. Named for old king, renowned for wisdom, right? for wise counsel, man, from the 1580s. From Greek, name of an age, and wise hero, a hero. What I say, love to the Templar, man. Because if we're talking hero, we got to be talking romance. And if we're talking romance, we have to be talking Seraph. Yeah, we're talking heroes, right? So all throughout the scripture, you got these angels that are depicted as little people or people, big people with wings, flying around, the burning ones. But the Seraph, you know, they're singing holy, holy. You're talking the cherubim, seraphim. In Isaiah 6, singing holy, holy in the Shekinah flow, in the throne of HaWah. So what they're calling a serpent is in the throne of HaWah in Isaiah 6, which has to get you to think, I can't be talking serpent like a evil Satan snake thing that Christianity has plugged into my mind bone. Serpent has to mean something else. Something that is fiery and flying. I don't know. What do you think of that flies and breathes fire, my nigga? The burning one. Serpent is their way of covering dragon. Or it could be an actual snake, or it could be anything that is bursting into consciousness, as with the alchemical serpent versus the alchemical dragon. That is the Ruach, the actual life vessel, the water, the power, the dragon. It's not the serpent, it's not the alchemical serpent. The dog-headed cynocephalus is the serpent. The fox is the serpent. According to the Native American mythology, the fox plays the role of the sly fox. The cunning swiper, no swiping fox is the serpent. The dog-headed, the Anubis flow. I'm talking, the thought, right? That's the serpent. But this fiery, flying, burning one, singing holy, holy in Isaiah 6, the seraphim is not the serpent. So you see how they purposely confuse the Naga. By you thinking serpent, you thinking snake and Satan in the garden. But what was that serpent doing before he was cursed to be on his belly? Was he a walking serpent that got cursed and now had to be on his belly all of a sudden? That serpent couldn't have been on his belly if he was cursed to be on his belly. Was he a fiery flying serpent? Was it a dragon that got cursed that it couldn't be flying and fiery no more? I'm just talking about a knight. I'm just talking about a hero. I'm talking about Prester John, who they hide in the romance. They hide in the romances. But before the romance was talking about a love story, a love affair. Oh, that's from 1916. So get that stuff out your head, bone. A romance doesn't have a thing to do with a love affair. That's only from 1916. A love story, anything to do with a love story at all, is extended by 1660. So what's the original 1300 flow of romance? Written or recited in verse telling of the adventures of a knight or hero. So Prester John is a knight, is a hero. We talk swan knights, right? Let's go. King Arthur, all these things, they based off of King David. It became Arthurian history, which is false genealogy by Geoffrey Monmouth that we got out of Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, or Prester John, the legend and the sources, Sherlock, you know what I mean, by Keegan Brewer. You know what I mean? Love the Aquatai Battle for that PDF in the Drop Library that breaks down that the King Arthur romance is a knockoff false genealogy of who? Prester John. The real hero, the real knight, which is your King David in the script that is being raised up in Jeremiah 30, whom I will raise up unto you. Jeremiah 30, verse 9. We're getting back in the 9 code for a reason. We're talking knights. We're talking heroes again. Hosea 3 and 5, you're going a long time without a hero, right? You've gone a long time without a knight, without a hero. Hosea 3, you've been a harlot. You've turned to other gods, right? HaWah had to buy you for 15 pieces of silver and a homer of barley. You know, this is a metaphor. I had to pay to get you back. And I said to you, you harlots, we're talking about you, Managa, the children of Israel, right? You harlots, you will sit solitary for me many days. This is Hosea or HaWah, prophet, the prophet who's prophetizing about you sitting solitary. That means you ain't got no help, man. You think of solitary confinement, you ain't got no communication. Solitary, you ain't got no communication. Not just with HaWah, but all that HaWah has to communicate with you. You don't have no communication with your dragon, not even yourself. You have no communication. You are solitary for how many days, my Naga? Many days. Thou shalt not play the harlot. Thou shalt not be any man's wife. You can't be with no other powers. You know what? They can't have you, and I'm not even going to pay attention to you, nor will I be thine. You're going to have to be solitary. Even those false gods, even all that JC talk and all them gods, even they can't help you. You are solitary, and you've been solitary. This is future talk. This is end of days talk. It can't be history, Prester John. It can't be history, King David. It can't be history if it's prophecy. Stop saying we talk history over here when we're talking prophecy. You don't want to dig on it? This ain't for you. But then you want to go talk about Blue Kachina Red Kachina. You can't understand this or that if you don't understand this, man. Because they just be talking about dragons. Seraphim, right? Burning ones, right? Signs, meteors, dragons, presters. A prester is a meteor and a meteor is a dragon. The prester is a dragon. We're talking about the elements, Manag. You are these elements. You are the Drakan. That's you. You know what I mean? It's the elements that you're built from. The fire, the water, the ether. All these platonic solids left at the temp are you. You could be formless. You could be shapeless. But you have to be one with the framer and shaper. Either way, you've gone many days. Many days you were solitary. You shall not play the harlot. Thou shalt not be any man's wife, nor will I be thine. For the children of Israel shall be solitary many days without a king, without a hero, without a hero. No king, no prince, no knight, right? No hero. All your sacred things, your sacrifices, your pillars and efforts, and teraphim, all your sacred stuff, all your things, you are without them. Without that, you've gone all this time without a king. But what happens? Afterwards shall the children of Israel return. Are you popping off like that deer? Or are you the rabbit watching the deer pop off because they are seeking? He got the books, he's looking, he's up, he's popping off. Now what's he seeking? What are you seeking? HaWah. And once you seek HaWah, you get back in code, you keep the code, you are now ready for your Dawi flow, where you're searching for those secret things that Dawi, in order, has the function to connect to you. Dawi, in order, because you have already been seeking and searching and connecting directly with HaWah. First, rule number one. So you are in order, and in order, once you connect to your creator directly, not through anybody else, but directly by keeping the code, Exodus 20, got us in code. You keep those commandments, my naga. You're now seeking correctly. You're now seeking within yourself. You're now charging up on your Shabbat. You're charging up and you're ready to investigate the king, the Khan. And that should humble you. You know, you should be getting more and more humble unto HaWah. And in that way, you see clearly, you recognize his goodness. And we're talking the end of days. This is a beautiful scripture. One that is not read enough. We can't read it enough because they don't pay attention to it. What is this, a lesser prophet to ignore? Well, then talk Jeremiah 30 then. What? What we got to do? You don't want to listen to Hosea? Maybe you'll respect Jeremiah, son of King Saul, who was very close with David. Yeah, maybe. I mean, pull it up with me, my noggin, you know. Pull your translation up. Go to Jeremiah chapter 30. And we're going to keep surfing in lost tribes and promised land. And just keep searching. You know, we're seeking now, right? It's in order. It's all happening. We're talking about the end of days, a prophecy. This can't be history, man. The word that came to Jeremiah from HaWah, saying, thus speaketh the Lord, or thus speak your creator, your power of Israel, saying, write thee all the words I have spoken unto this book. So this is a personal relationship between Jeremiah and the creator. Directly, right? Not through a hijack. You don't think you deserve this no more? Oh, we got to go through the sun. Blasphemy. It never went down like that. It never went up like that. They're teaching us lies. We're inheriting lies. So the word came to Jeremiah from HaWah. Thus speaks HaWah, your power, the power of Israel, Hasharah, saying, write you all the words I have spoken into a book, for lo, the day comes, says HaWah, that I will turn or reverse the captivity of my people Israel and Judah. This is Jeremiah, my nigga. This is after the Exodus, right? Oh yeah, we know that they went into this Babylonian captivity, and this is why we dig on what's happening in the Babylonian captivity, right? Say it with me, man. Exilar, David, the sixth, Sauceland of Babylon and Georgia. Ooh. Because when they start speaking Georgia, they start speaking Rus or Russian, right? But the Rus is on fire, right? Fire dragon. They popping off right in America. And this is why you got a Georgia right here. What's the original Georgia? Babylon is all popping off over here, this captivity. And they're being taken from over here like they did when Columbus came. But all this 12th century flow or before the 1300 flow, they talking Babylon and Jeremiah. This is the captivity. We're talking about turning. But here's the exilarchs during this captivity. And it's happening right there in the 1200s, 1300s. Columbus finds you in the 1400s, man. There ain't no time to readjust this thing. It's all happening. This ain't ancient history. This is leading into the Columbus flow. Genghis Khan rolling up on Prester John in 1202, 1203, they say. All happening right here. Son of Raja Hiraja, Chola II, Jadaron, Emperor of Soli, Prester John. This David is the son of Prester John. We got to get back on the Cholas and Panions, but this is why the fam said in the comments, which we're about to get back to, all this Cuba drop leads us right back into this, Prester flow. This Jeremiah flow, King Saul flow, Afghana leads us right back into the Tamil dynasties and back to the Queen Tamar flow. And all this is all happening, man. The Babylonian captivity, back to the Lady Hannahs of Babylon. This is the husband of Lady Hannah. We start the wave with this, of course, being the title, Hannah or Ania. But it's also, she has a son named Hanan, who's the brother, of David, this exilarch David. And Hanan could very easily be Anan, son of David, Ben David, Anan Ben David, that we've been digging on, who wrote the code, the Sefer HaMitzvot. Now, this Hanan, you could look him up. His name's also spelled with a Chanan as well. So they pronounce it Kanan. They put the C in front. Shalak, we popping off. They put the C in front or the K in front, and they change it to Kanan. But they take the C off, and then they call it Hanan. You take the H off, it's Anna. You know what I'm saying? So in this whole Tahama situation, this is all Israel. Jewish, we're talking the Hebrew. Again, this Anan is the son of Prester John as well, just like David. He's David's brother. And I feel like all this is happening, man, right here, man. We're going to get a little piece about this Voynich manuscript. I like to once in a while surf the wave of what new information is coming out on the Voynich, so I want to get a little piece of that because this Voynich, they keep saying it's written in the 1500s when we have our investigation leading us to the 1200s, you know what I mean? But if it's the 1500s, then it's still the same situation. I mean, you still have this map popping off, you know, right here in the 1500s. In the year 1500, you know, to King Henry VII. Land of the Khan, Florida, China. Come on. Who, oh, who is Prester John? And if his son is David, that means he's also a David. It's a title that they're passing down. So the Prester title passes down. The David is a title that passes down. We're starting to put it all together. Okay. Where were we, man? We're talking Central Asia. So the idea that they might be descended from the lost tribes of Israel. Back it up. We're talking Tartars now, right? Now these Tartars are supposed to be in Grand Tartary. But where's Tartary? I mean, where's Asia? You know, you find Asia, you find Cathay, you're going to find Tartary, right? Here you have South America in the Carta Marina map, 1561. South America connects to what? Tartary. So when they talk Tartars to you, they're still talking North America. And eventually they started to distinguish, you know, that with the Genghis Khan flow and say, well, the Tartars are specifically connected with Genghis Khan. And then you have the Karites or the Karikatai that are Prester John Wong Kong's tribes, you know, the mixed multitude, the Abyssinia flow. All this is connecting. But this is Grand Tatar. So don't let them fool you, man. You know, stay right there on the head bone. Stay on, you know, look. At the end of the day, we're just putting this together, man. We're just talking structure, man. You know, we're just talking the act of building, the practice of erecting buildings. Take it how you want it. We are building. We're building. Don't ask about a structure if you don't see what we're building. You don't see what we're building. At least know that we're in the act of building. That's what structure is. Let's go. Yeah, we're gonna get back in that Voynich, man. We gotta crack the code, man. We gotta crack it. Gotta crack the code. Because they still can't crack it. Alright. So these Tartars, right? That's in Tartary, Grand Tartary, 1561, Carta Marina, South America, connected to Tartary, right? Tatar. Put it together. Hugh's story may have been based on the exploits of an actual Tartar king in Tartary. The Tartars were often in contact with the far-flung Nestorian communities of Central Asia, where's Asia, and had shown interest in Christianity from time to time. Blasphemy. What are you talking about? But by now, they could be talking about any king in Tartary. You know what I'm saying? They could be talking about Genghis Khan's people by that time that's trying to make deals with the Christians and the Muslims over here and all this stuff. So, you know, Prester is a title. You know, the Khan is a title. So you got to narrow it down on the frequency of which Khan you're talking about. Some Khans are straight up hijacks because, you know, you're talking about hijack Khans, just like hijack kings of Judah. How many hijack kings of Judah do we got? So, you know, a Khan could be hijack free, a Khan could be hijacked. It don't mean they're Hebrew or not Hebrew because we got them both, right? We got them both. So, I'm just going to read it. Let's go. The idea that they might be descended from the lost tribes of Israel also helped encourage the dream that they would one day see the light and convert to Christianity en masse. That lets you know that they couldn't have been Christians if they had a dream about converting these Nagas that are called Tartars that they're finding in Grand Tartary. Does North America even exist? All these people were fooling you? Were they trying to fool you then? Or did the, public school and the corporate minds change the maps, change your orientation, and are trying to confuse you now? Because back then, even in 1620, South America connected directly to India, Superior, Catdale, India, Planisfero de Rosselli, 1508. South America, Peru, connects to India Superior. Canada right here, right? Florida right here. Right here it says Tartaria. But it says in big, bold, India Superior. So you can't Tartaria us. You're in India Superior, which means there must be a superior Naga in the land of the Prester. And are you on the east or the west? Come on, man. Over and over again. Over and over again. Yeah, it gets fun. It gets fun. Many, many body bags for the illusion. Many body bags for the illusion. Almost looks like Moab right there, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? See what we talking about. Tartary, right? Tatar. Let's go. So they couldn't have been Christians. These Shalak, these Tartars. These Tartars were often in contact with the far-flung Nestorians. Who's the Nestorians? Remember, we just talking about an old king renowned for wise counsel. This old king is a hero. In their romances are the knights. These wise kings is why they're labeling them Nestor, because they're the wise kings, the old kings that are renowned, like King David, for wisdom, like Solomon, who outlived 3 generations. Klein says the name is literally one who blesses, who got that Baruch. So this king that can bless you must be a priest king. I mean, put it together. Blessed. Baruch. Wow. Oh yeah, it gets deep. It gets deeper. The more we're talking Nestorianism, must be connected to the same old wise king that gives you blessings, that gives Baruch to you. That's what a Nestor is. So they're looking for the priest king in the land and the people of King David, King David's tribe, Managa, you know what I'm saying? Back to Jeremiah. We popping off, man. Let's go. Because this king blesses you, right? So HaWah says, I would turn the captivity of my people, Israel and Judah, says HaWah, and I will cause them to return to the land. Why are we talking about separating out these cities? Something is causing us to return, Managa, that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that HaWah spoke concerning Israel and concerning Judah, for thus says HaWah. This is thus says HaWah, Managa. You know what I'm saying? This ain't JC talking. This ain't no middleman. This is the creator. Let's go. We have heard a voice of trembling, of fear. and not of peace. What are we going through today? Black Lives Matter. Ask you now and see whether a man does travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Oh, that means black. Let's go. And now you black, because black means pale. Let's go. Black Lives Matter. Oh, man. Oh, we popping off. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it, and it is a time of trouble unto HaWah. But out of it shall he be saved. Who's your Savior? Who's your Savior? And it shall come to pass in that day, says HaWah, that I will break his yoke. Who's your Savior? HaWah is personally saving you, just like HaWah personally saves David in Psalms 18. With fire out of his mouth, smoke out of his nostrils, did he devour? Oh, we're talking seraphim. So HaWah comes in dragon form with a bunch of dragons, and you're in the image of HaWah, according to Genesis. And the image is referring to the frequency, my naga, the signature that you're in. Could it be that you also have this fire within you? You know what I mean? Is this why you're shining? You know what I'm saying? And like in the book of Zechariah, popping off, you know what I'm saying? So the shining ones, right? So let's go. And it shall come to pass in that day, says HaWah, that I will break his yoke from off your neck and will burst your bands, and strangers shall no more make him their bondman. But they shall serve HaWah, their power. So you're going to serve the Creator like Hosea 3. Search for HaWah. You didn't want to hear Hosea, so now Jeremiah is talking. Son of King Saul is talking. Father of Afghana is talking. But they shall serve HaWah their power, and David their king. Are we talking history or are we talking prophecy? Whom I will raise up unto them. Managa, this is Prester John 74. If you don't see clearly by now, it's like the rabbit and the deer, you know what I'm saying? You're just going to have to let us pop off. You're going to have to let us approach maximum pop offness, and we're going to have to learn to coexist. We eat our pomegranates, you eat your apples, and we see clearly, you know? That's it. You don't have no other script telling you that HaWah's going to raise no one up that's going to bring things together in the midst of HaWah personally saving you. Right. So you don't believe Hosea 3 and 5. And I focus on these, but there's so many more correlations that you could be surfing. You don't believe Hosea 3 and 5, you went solitary all this time for many days, but then you returned, Israel returned, started seeking the Creator and David, right? Right in your face. nobody else. Then you come trembling into HaWah and his goodness in the end of days, right? You don't believe this prophecy. You think it's history. Got you. Oh, man, we are surfing the wave, man. Love to take a seat, man. You know what I mean? You know, always true Ahab, man. To be able to take a seat, man. Just chill with the great flow, with the great vibration, man. And, do what we do. We're searching. We're seeking. And it shall come to pass in that day, says HaWah, that I will break his yoke from off your neck and will burst your bands, and strangers shall no more make you their slaves. HaWah personally saves you, but they shall serve HaWah and David. Let's just be clear, man. Repetition breaks the spell. It's the hottest thing. Smoke it. We talking dragonfire. Whom I will raise up unto them. History or prophecy. Right? So don't fear Israel. It's all good. Don't fear no more, because you have the creator popping off and David popping off. Now you don't want to hear Hosea, right? You don't want to hear Jeremy. I'm talking to the hijack that's still in 2D, still in two dimensions, They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear Jeremiah. They don't want to hear Hosea. So will you hear Ezekiel? This is our third witness. And then you can get into Zechariah, you can get into so much more, man. But will you hear Ezekiel? Son of man, prophesy. It can't be history if we're talking prophecy and we're talking the shepherds of Israel. And right now he's popping off. He's prophesying against them because they over there getting fat. They over there getting fed. And they watching the other sheep suffer. Don't we see this in our community? You got the Nagas on the top. You got the Nagas in the goods. You got the Nagas in the know. But are they really, helping their nation, helping their tribe? Let's get it from right here. Therefore, verse 20, Ezekiel 34. Therefore, thus says HaWah. Again, we're back to thus says the Creator, right? We're getting it directly as the best we can out these translations, right? Just like the deer, we're putting these books together. We're searching, man. We're seeking. Don't come over here trying to kick the books off our table, calling them hijack this and this, and what y'all doing, what y'all building over there. I'm sorry. We're just searching for structure. The manner of building is HaWah. Proverbs chapter 9, Mama says, she's built her house. Wisdom has built her house. This is the structure we're flowing in, not your hijack structure where you need a bunch of officers and a bunch of this and a bunch of that. You had all that stuff, my naga. What did you do with it? King David had the army with tens of tens and 20s of 20s, and everything's organized physically, but where was the structure for it to maintain forever? That's history, your structure. This is prophecy, the wave. You're going to get in line. You're going to fall exactly where you need to be because you care about the structure, the manner of building, the form you're taking, what you're making. You care about the construction. We care about our construction. That's why we're building a fence. Love to my fence building Nagas, and love to all our contributors. And please continue to contribute because we have a long way to go. We're going to need everything and more. So don't fall back and think we got there. We got a great start. But my Naga, let the water flow so we can build our blue, purple, red fence for Nagaville. Click the link below. Click the link below. This is a vision, and ThaWaDa for helping us get there. All praise our creator. We're just talking structure, construction, manner of building, manner of organization of animals and vegetables. Yeah, we're talking about a magnificence. So what's the structure? Therefore it says HaWah, Ezekiel 34, verse 20. Behold, I, even I, will judge between the fat cattle and the lean cattle, because you thrust with side and with shoulder and push all of the weak with your horns till you have scattered them abroad. Therefore will I save my flock, and there shall be no more. They shall be no more a prey. You a prey right now. They over there just picking on us, right? Doing whatever they want to do to us in our hoods. Whatever water we getting, whatever food in our grocery stores, we are a prey. The media, the images, we are a prey. The deals we got to make to be successful, we have become a prey. HaWah says, I will judge between cattle and cattle, and I will set up one shepherd over them. How many? One. There ain't no debate about this. There ain't no discussion. It's right in your face bone. You want to ignore scripture, then you go be the rabbit in 2 dimensions. Just get your butt back in the matrix, because the religions, they don't feed off of this reality. They don't feed off the one shepherd. They give you a new shepherd. They give you a new knight. They give you a new hero. They give you a new romance, huh? You over there getting new testy. They done put you with a whole new Nestor, a whole new king. But is he the king? Is he the priest king? Is he the Prester? Is he the true knight, the true hero? That Jesus story, he ain't never went to war for you. He ain't no knight. He ain't no hero. Oh, he sacrificed so I may live with the eternal spirit. That's their story, and they're sticking to it, right? So that he can be a new hero. But that Tanakh got a different hero, right? The Tanakh got a different hero, a different structure. You heard it from Hosea. You heard it from Jeremiah. You're hearing it again. Repetition breaks the spell. You're hearing it again from Ezekiel. That there will be one shepherd, verse 23, and I will set up one shepherd over them. Not 2 or 3, my noggin. One shepherd, and he shall feed them, my servant David. Bang, ping, pow. You should not be confused by this point. You should be popping off. You should be the deer opening the portal for other Nagas to at least peer through, get an experience, and hopefully they can be inspired to continue to surf the wave, not feel like they are already there, but they can't handle the drip and they can't handle the drop because they're not frequencied up for that environment. They still got work to do. They still got a code to keep. They still got to search for who? HaWah and my servant David. He shall feed them. He shall be their shepherd. What are you confused about? At this point, you want to be confused. You got one shepherd over you, Israel. You got one shepherd. One shepherd that will feed you. This is after you already connected with the Creator, because thus says HaWah, behold, I will judge between fat cattle and lean cattle. So in order to help us, HaWah said, verse 22, therefore I will save my flock. Make no, exception about it. HaWah is our Savior. HaWah said, I save. Come on, man. Hit the easy button, man. So HaWah is saving you. Now, how does HaWah play this? You know what I'm saying? What is HaWah going to do? What's the play? I will set up one shepherd over them, and he shall feed them, my servant David. He shall feed them. He shall be their shepherd. I, HaWah, will be their power. And my servant David, prince among them. Anaga, you've gone all these days without a king, without a prince. You've been in solitary. Ezekiel 34 says, my servant David is prince among them. I have spoken it, and I will make with them a covenant of peace. I will make. Is this history or prophecy? A covenant, a new covenant, not a New Testament. They try to squeeze into the Tanakh. No, that's syncretism. That's hijack city. That's a poo sandwich. Our new covenant of peace, or shalom, comes with HaWah and my servant David, right? Yeah, a covenant. So when you're walking in this future flow, you're walking in a covenant that's specific to ThaWaDa. Oh, you want to be in shalom or what? Your peace ain't their peace, and will cause evil beast to cease out of the land. Well, who's the evil beast? And they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods. Whoa. So you've been promised that when you KTC, you seek HaWah and King ThaWaDa, that you have this, this shalom moment, right? You got this shalom, you got this covenant, and they shall dwell safely. Don't be afraid. You know what I mean? The evil is ceasing out of your land, and you're gonna dwell safely where? In the wilderness, outside of the cities. Sleep in the woods safely. I will make them in the places round about my hill Baruch, my naga, and I will cause the shower to come down in its season, and there shall be showers of Baruch, blessing. Huh? But it came with the ThaWaDa, Baruch. It came directly from HaWah, who says, I save my flock. Man, we just popping off, man. We just popping off. Allow HaWah. I will save my flock. What's the confusion, my knock? My servant David, he shall feed them. What are you going to be drinking, man? What are you going to be drinking? What are you going to be eating? Did the black man discover the fountain of youth, man? You can't look up the fountain of youth without running into Prester John. My servant David, he shall feed them. Whoever drinks of his water, the black man discovered the fountain of youth. He shall feed them. Whoever drinks of its water 3 times without having eaten will have no illness for 30 years, and when he has drunk of it, he will feel as if he has eaten. My servant David, he shall feed them. Feel as if he has eaten the finest meat and spices. You being fed? You got that water? Because when you drink that water, it feels like you've eaten the finest meat and spices, right? The finest food. For it is full of HaWah's grace. A person who bathes in this fountain, this is the real John, Prester John the Baptist, bathing in the water that what? Feels like it's the finest meat and spices, right? This water that's HaWah's grace. You bathe in that fountain, whether you're 100 or 1,000 years like Noah, you are going to regain the age of 32. Is this a mythology or is it popping off? My servant David, he shall feed them. He shall be their shepherd, and I, HaWah, will be their power. And my servant David, prince among them. You've gone a long time without a king and a prince. I, HaWah, have spoken. I, HaWah, have spoken. HaWah has spoken. I will make them, or with them, I will make with them a covenant of peace. Here comes this covenant again. Where you are now safe from all these evil beasts. You are now dwelling safely outside the cities, sleeping safely outside the cities, in the woods, my naga. You are safe from all these predators, right? And I will make them and the places round about my hill a blessing. And the tree of the field shall yield its fruit, and the earth shall yield her produce, and they shall be safe in the land. Managa, are we talking history or are we talking prophecy? Easy question. Has this happened yet where all the Nagas is dwelling safe in their own land? Is it just a dream? Or are you a homeborn slave, just built to be a slave forever and you have no recompense? You got no redemption, man? Is that what you're saying? Only wickedness matters. Only wickedness exists. But when we search for the good, We just going crazy, we just think we know it all, all these things now, right? We want to sleep safely in the woods, man. We want to be safe wherever we go. We want to have confidence. We want a covenant of peace, my naga. We want khandrop. We want our creator, KTC. How many witnesses in these end of days do you have letting you know who's being raised up? My servant David is prince among them. Verse 29, and I will raise up unto them a plantation for renown, and they shall be no more consumed with hunger, or bear shame of the nations anymore. And they shall know that I, HaWah, their power, am with them. That's the point of the whole story. That's the moral of the story, is knowing that HaWah is with us again. Because we are with HaWah. We are seeking, right? KTC, you're back in code. Exodus 20. No power before your power. And they, specifically, the house of Israel. So I'm not talking to the world. I'm not talking to any other nation outside of HaWah's people. This is the covetous that's going on. This is why they're jealous of us. This is a fact. You belong to a house. This house is a people. HaWah's people. All black people don't fall up under this title, because all black people are not the house of Israel. All these nations are so-called black. You dig? All these confederacies, Psalms 83s, are so-called black. They look just like you, man. This is a specific tribe of so-called black people. This is a specific tribe of so-called Negro people. You are the tribes of Israel. HaShurah, HaWah. You desire Shalom, the true connection with HaWah. You are a people. You are a house. This house of David is being raised up. My people, says HaWah, and you, my sheep, the sheep of my pasture, my sheep, my people. I am your power, says HaWah. However they translate it, HaWah is letting you know, I love you. You're my child. I'll always love you like you love your children. You'll always love your Amma. You'll always love your Abba. Even after punishment, because you know you was wrong. You know you was wrong. So we heard it from Hosea. We hear it from Jeremiah. Now we hear from Ezekiel 34. And he repeats the same thing. If you missed it the first time, in Ezekiel 37, when, this cross is coming together, right? 2 sticks in your hand, right? The bones are being put back together. The valley of dry bones is popping off. This is back to the rabbit and the deer. You have to perceive your reality of coming back together. Some people are not going to perceive it, not going to receive it. You know what I'm saying? And he said unto me, prophesy over these bones. Now we talking history or prophecy. And you know the story. They started coming back together. They started living. They started rising up just like the tribe. They started tribing up. So I prophesied as it was commanded. And I prophesied. There was a noise. Behold, a commotion. The bones came together. Tribe up. Bone to its bone. And I beheld, and lo, there were sinews among them, and flesh came up, and skin covered them. They popping off. David's rising. The tribe is rising. But there was no breath in them. Then he said, prophesying to the breath, Amah, Prophesy, son of man, say to the breath, thus says HaWah, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came in them. Now you popping off. Now you got that Ruach. Now you connected KTC, and they lived, stood upon their feet, an exceeding great host. That's the house of David. The Khan of Khans of all of HaSharah, the king of the world. And he said unto me, son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Not the whole world, Managa. These are you. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. You looking around, seeing this tenderoni, seeing all these mandates and this and that, and you feel like hope is lost. We are clean cut off, right? Therefore prophesy and say unto them, thus says HaWah, your power. Behold, I will open your graves, man. No more Ruach Tardema, no more dead language, no more dead nagas, and cause you to come up out your graves, my people. He ain't talking about the world. He's talking specifically to a group of Khans, a group of Nagas. He ain't talking to the Nagas that put their brothers and sisters in captivity, that did the deals and the treaties of pieces of friendship. He ain't talking about you. You got your prophets, right? This is ours. This is Ezekiel. Remember, Ezekiel had to lay on one side. Was it 390 days and something crazy, and then another 40 days? I mean, however it was, man, it was 400 and I think 30 years of, or excuse me, 430 days straight of suffering and being crucified for the house of Israel. So who bore the sins for the house of Israel? Read the story of Ezekiel, who literally had to lay on the floor bound for over 400 days, man, to bear the sins of Israel. And you want to talk to me about one man that came and was crucified in 3 days and rose? This nigga had to lay on the ground bound, eating dung, eating shit, man. You know what I'm saying? For over a year. Talk about solitary confinement. He couldn't speak for the sins of Israel. Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom. You might want to listen to his prophecy, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. What does he say? I have opened your graves and caused you to come about your graves, O my people. I will put my spirit, my ruach in you, and you shall live. Wow. And I will place you in your own land out the cities, man. And you shall know I, HaWah, have spoken and performed it, says HaWah. And the word of HaWah came unto me, saying, and you, son of man, take you one stick and write on it Judah, for Judah, and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick, right? 2 cross sticks. We're talking the Tau, the last letter of the Hebrew, is these two cross sticks. That's the mark. That's the mark you're hitting. This is the moral to the story. This is the point we are, surfing to. This is where we're going. This is the whole point. This is why the whole Hebrew Aleph Bet, the story it's telling, is about a family that's hitting this mark together in the end of days. For Judah and for children of Israel, his companions, then take another stick, write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and all the house of Israel, his companions. Join them for you one to another into one stick, that they may become one in your hand. And when the children of your people shall speak unto you, saying, will you not tell us what this means? Saying to them, thus says HaWah, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph. Talking to northern tribes. This is about a family coming together, a market hitting. If you're not coming together, then what you doing it for, man? If you ain't tribing up, what you doing it for? Don't be no burden to your brothers and sisters as they are attempting to tribe up with you. They're asking you to keep the code. That's what bounds us. That's what makes us whole, my nigga. You coming out of cold, you're hurting us. You're hurting your brothers. You're hurting your sisters. It's the fourth quarter. You can't be voluntarily popping off on Shabbat now, man. Voluntarily. No emergency. Just voluntarily. Just because you got a gig. Just because you got something to do. Just because you got a game. Just because you got a this. Come on, man. And you're not one with us. You know what I'm saying? You're not one of us that believes in the power of the code. That it's a force field. That it gets us out of captivity. You're not on the team. You can't be on the team if you ain't passing the rock. You ain't passing the ball. Come on, man. You still bringing other powers? You still going through JC? Now? That's who you want to save you? HaWah keeps repeating, I'm your savior, I'm your savior, I'm your savior. You still need another savior. You don't see none of these scripts saying HaWah and JC. HaWah and such and such. Only ThaWaDa. Yeah. The Christians got these books in their Bible, but they don't really tell you that this is a forever flow. They have to make room for one more hero, another romance. The Muslims gonna give you Muhammad and make him the hero, right? David's not the hero in Islam. He's the Dajjal. He's the Kafar. But research the Kafar al-Tarak. Oh boy, then you're getting into the Karakata. The Kafir, right? They made it derogatory. Christians made David anti-Christ because he is. He's anti their Christ. He's anti their anointed, and so are we. We're anti their anointed. Whatever the hijack is raising up their Zeus, we're anti-Zeus. We're anti their Christ. Absolutely. We have to be anti their Christ so that we could be for HaWah only. And once we KTC, then we search for ThaWaDa. Then we can connect. Because what happens with David? What happens with David? What happens with David, Ezekiel? Yeah, will you tell us what you mean? What do you mean? Tell us what you mean is by these. Say unto them, behold, thus says HaWah, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in the hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel, his companions, and I will put them unto him together. This is the moral of the story. This is your tile in Hebrew, with the stick of Judah, and make them one stick. One stick, and they shall be one in my hand. One drop, one try. And these sticks wherein thou write shall be in your hand before their eyes, and say unto them, thus says HaWah, behold, I will take the children of Israel. Let's get specific. Here's what we're talking about. The tribe of Jacob from among the nations, whether they have gone, wherever they are, and will gather them on every side and bring them into their own land. And I will make them one nation in the land upon the mountains of Israel, and one king. Listen up, my noggin. This is Prester 74, and you're still reading it, because we don't switch up around here. HaWah had us on the path, and we've been on the path, and we ain't been shaking off the path, and we're still telling you that there's one king. You don't believe? It's too hot? Get up out the kitchen. This ain't for you. You still don't see? Then you're in 2D. But we can still coexist. Eat your apple, I'll eat my apple. You know? I'll let your light be my light, but you got to realize I have a greater light. In the two-dimensional world, let there be light was when that portal opened up. That firmament was open, right? Before the firmament was closed. Oh, we about to talk voided. We about to talk voided manuscript. But this is Ezekiel's second time, and this is our third witness, Manage, that there is one king, one shepherd, one king shall be king to them all, and they shall be no more two nations. Neither shall they be divided into two kingdoms anymore. Neither shall they defile themselves anymore with their idols. We KTC, no idol worship, nor with their detestable things, Halloween, Christmas, nor with any of their transgressions. Oh, you popping off on Shabbat voluntarily. But I will save them. Who? I, HaWah speaking. Come on, man. You don't need no other savior. David is not your savior. David is your king, your Khan, your Prester, Khan of Khans, Khan of the whole world. Giving that Baruch, that Nestor flow, right? Giving that Baruch, right? But HaWah gives you access to David. Just like Solomon's praying to HaWah or our Abba for access to Amma. There's an order to it. He's saying, yo, can you give me some of that wisdom, you know? Can you make sure that I'm one with Mama? It's Baruch for our Abba to let us have access to Amma, you know. And when Amma loves you, oh boy, you popping off. It's Baruch. I will save them. HaWah will save us out of all our dwelling places wherein they have sinned and will cleanse them. Man, we are signing up in that 432 in that mem flow. So shall they be my people. And I will be their power. And my servant David, here we go again. Same witness, another time. Witness number 3 in this investigation. Just this one right here. This is witness number 3. In your scripture, it's not forbidden. It's right there. In your KG, it's right there. But if you don't see it, it's proof that HaWah put you to sleep in a Ruach Tardema. You sleeping like the rabbit. Now, as a deer, right, you popping off, ready to go into the wilderness to get your flock. David shall be king over them, and they all shall have one shepherd, not 2, not 3, not 4. One shepherd. David, Hosea 3, Jeremiah 30, David whom I will raise up unto them. One shepherd. They shall all walk in my ordinances, observe my statutes. You keep the code. You do them. You do them, Managa. You do them, Managa. And they shall dwell in the land. If you want your land, you gotta do something. You gotta observe to collapse the wave pattern on your own land that I have given unto Jacob. I'm talking to specifically Jacob. I'm talking specifically to a family in the line of Jacob, not the world. I know all you other nations want to cling to Jacob for this blessing on Jacob, but your covenants will be the end of you. You want to love Jacob, then help Jacob. Help these Negroes, these Nagas in these inner cities near you. Help us. Help Drop Nation. Help us build our fence. You want to be somebody? Be a 500 code keeper, my Naga, and give us that Baruch for Nagaville. We talking to Jacob, building the fence on our Nehemiah flow. They had to build a fence with their straps literally in one hand because people kept trying to jam them up while they built. But they got it done because HaWah protects. HaWah protects us. HaWah protects you because you are back in code. You are observant. HaWah's code. HaWah's code statutes. You dwell in your land. You separated, right? I can't make this up. Where your fathers dwelled, and they shall dwell therein, and their children forever. Forever. And David shall be their prince forever. My naga, I can't make this up. Halal, HaWah. HaWah. Ooh, look at the shoes. Yeah. Looking for the land of the Prester. El Prester One. America. Cuba. Oh, we gotta get on that Cuba flow. Love to the HaWah. Mexico. Prester. Cathay. Antioch. That's in the British Museum, 1530. Where's Kapangu? See, they took Kapangu out, man. Where's Kapangu? We got the Prester. Forever Prince. Forever King. You've gone a long time without a prince and king. You don't know what nobility looks like. Last noble image we keep hearing, right? This new covenant is prophecy. Shalom is prophecy. It shall be everlasting covenant. Prophecy. I will establish them. Prophecy, not history. Multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forever. My dwelling place also shall be over them, and I will be their power, and they shall be my people. My Naga, not only are we investigating, we're telling you why we're investigating. The script is leading us. It's showing us, the validation of why we're doing it, why we started this, why we popped off out of nowhere. We don't belong to no schools of thought, no science temples, none of that stuff, man. We just pop off right from our living room. We just popping off. We just popping off. They shall be my people, and the nations shall know that I am HaWah. I, HaWah, sanctify Israel. Everybody gonna witness them, HaWah, sanctifying you. Everyone will bear witness to you being cleansed and, illuminated with the calm flow. You got the glow. You the last dragon. You popping off. And the nation shall know that I, HaWah, I am HaWah that sanctifies Israel, when my sanctuary shall be in the midst of them forever. My people, forever. Who? David, my servant, shall be their prince forever. You gone a long time without a prince. Witness number 3. Witness number 2, Jeremiah said, but when they shall serve HaWah and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. Witness number 2. Witness number 1, back to the Joshua or Hosea. Let's go. Israel will return, seek the Creator, their power, and David their king, and shall come trembling unto HaWah and his goodness in the end of days. Who? David. Witness number 1. So you go your way, you go on your investigation, we'll be on ours. We're showing you why, we're validating it, whether we're talking script, whether we're talking these other texts and these other sources. You know what I mean? This is something that's in us. This is the hottest thing smoking. If you say differently, then you a stone cold liar. Stone cold liar. Or maybe you just don't see clearly. There can't be no greater investigation than being KTC and seeking ThaWaDa. It just doesn't exist. We could talk flat drop, but even the flat drop will connect to the orientation of the kingdom of David, who rules the whole entire world, the Prester. We could talk all these things, we could talk tenderoni, but that's only going to lead to you needing a savior, which is the Creator. And you're going to need something to combat all this technology, which is ThaWaDa. Jakan, Kun, you dig? I'm talking end of days, which means I can't be talking history, man. We're talking forever. Last noble image, huh? Where's Tartary? Back to Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. So they're looking for the Prester. They're looking for the Prester. And of course, the example of mass conversion in the Central Asian steppes has been provided by the Khazars. Many Europeans evidently thought this had been a conversion to Christianity. They thought, why they call them Christians if it wasn't a real conversion to Christianity? Oh, they just want to label them that so that they can act like, this has to do with them, right? So later on, there was a widespread but mistaken belief, that Genghis Khan had become a Christian. So if Genghis wasn't no Christian, how the hell is King David a Christian, man? Man. So why they call them Nestorian Christians? Back to the wise king, right? So the Tartar version of the legend was still strong enough in the late 13th century for Marco Polo to assume that a neighboring prince he had heard about while in Cathay. Prester John Cathay, Prester John Cathay, Prester John Cathay. All right. Florida would be here, Cathay here, right? And again, this map says it all when we're just talking about China. And Kapangu, the missing island of Japan now. This map of America, but Chinese are selling on it. And the Great Khan of China is the Great Khan of Cathay, near Florida and Barbados, where there is much gold. And fire dragons popping up. Don't forget about the Dracan, Freak Phoenix, you know what I'm saying? Managa. Here's Ptolemy's India. Ptolemy was referring to the superior India, India superior, which is Cathay, which is Kara Katai. Katai is Cathay, which means a pure land. So either way, it's promised land. It's a pure land. It's a promised land. It's Sibo la Shimbala, Kalelu. Let's go, man. Bodies on bodies in Kalelus. Akis on Akis, the Amaru. The Amaru what? The Amaru Dracan. I'm talking Sylvanus to Texas. Genealogy never connects this. Nah, it's got too much heat for your genealogy test. Your genealogy test ain't gonna tell you that you're in a kingdom. You can't ever genealogy your way into a kingdom. You know what I mean? You can't paperwork your way into this kingdom. Either you rocking with the Prester, either you are of the tribes, or you're on that play, trying to get in where you fit in, which is the essential signature of Hijack City. Anybody ignoring ThaWaDa is straight up hijack. And this is a clear signature for those that's coming, at least, trying to come with the real, you know what I'm saying? We talk about the more and more war, but, I gotta respect my Nagas in the Moorish community and different, factions of the Moor, ideology and flow, you know what I'm saying, that do respect this investigation. They respect Khan ThaWaDa, you know what I mean? And, the way that they are approaching it is respectful, Some might not be that way. I'm not going to put all in one category, just like I would ask you don't put all Hebrews in categories and say, oh, y'all just Hebrew Israelites, man. We are indigenous Khans, you know what I'm saying, that are the Ibaru, by function, the Prester by function. So you see us clearly, we'll see you clearly. Maybe we can coexist, but maybe in two different dimensions, maybe two different frequencies, like the rabbit and the deer, unless you really choose up. But that's on you. That's between you and our creator, right? But Genghis Khan wasn't no Christian. The Tartar version of the legend was still strong enough in the late 13th century for Marco Polo to assume that a neighboring prince he had heard about while in Cathay was Prester John. Where's Cathay? Where's the Great Khan? Managa, we just talking a map of America, right, given to King Henry VII in 1500. And is South America there Antarctica? Seems to be where South America would be, right? Oh boy, okay, let's go for the dismount. But a new and more fantastic version had appeared in a later version, or part of the 12th century, some 20 years after the Second Crusade, advocated by Bishop Hugh, had ended in failure. No doubt the Christian imagination was now in greater need of fantasy concerning the East. And this is what it got in the celebrated Prester John letter. So, is it fantasy? Can the author, you know, confirm or deny if it's fantasy or mythology, or does it just seem fantastic? Does it seem, fantastic, right? This romance of this knight and this hero, this legendary land, this gold, these marvels, right? But they turn him into a Marvel character now, right? They turn old Dawi into a doggone Marvel character, right? Just dig on Marvel, Prester John, superhero John now, right? My bonbon asked me, what's my favorite Marvel character? I keep hitting him with the same answer. Prester John. Prester John. Oh boy. Yeah. The Prester. And before they hit us with this hijack, Thor-like, looking like Thor image, even though Thor is a melanated Naga too, right? So is Zeus, Hercules, all them, right? So before they hit us with that, let's just remember one thing. We talking to Prester One. We talking to Prester One. So we ain't on that. We are on no play right now. We talking the Prester One. The Prester. You know what I mean? So, talking last noble image, right? So they hit us with this jabroni looking thing right here. Hold up, man. Come on, hijack city. All right, so now this is the Preston. So this jabroni looking like Thor, right? Or even hijack Thor. It's supposed to be this. Got it? He is dripping, right? We just talking the Prester, right? In French, El Prester Juan. Juan means John or king, like Wang, Wang. In the Mongol would be the king, which where they getting it from. Now in the Marvel, they just hijacking us with this, right? And he got these powers though. And look how now that we are corroborating our flow, we know that they're searching for him. We know that the entire Crusades, the Portuguese are searching for 500 years, looking for Prester John, the Naga. So now they got this Marvel character. And look how they tie in real facts, right? Watch this. Cause we just talking romances, right? So, all right, so they call him Dane White Man. In the body of Eobar Garrington encountered a crusader named Prester John. All right, so those two jabronis encountered Prester John, battling Muslim warriors. Then we just hear that he's fighting these Persians and yada yada yada. So he's putting in that work. This ain't no turn the other cheek now. He's putting that work in like Khan Dawi, like Moshe, like Joshua. You know what I mean? The Black Knight. Now there's a whole connection with this Black Knight and the romances and the Green Knight. We got to dig on that. Helped John overcome his attackers and brought him to the Crusaders' camp. They then prevented an assassination attempt on Richard the Lionhearted. Richard the Lionhearted in the Scottish history, Scotland history. This is when you start connecting the Rooses and all that flow. When we talk about the Anne Rus, which is what Russia is named after, which when you tie it in to that Asia and this Asia, you start to see the vortex connecting right at the anion flow, right? The Strait of Anion. These Russes are the knights. All right. Oh yeah, found in Caithness or Cathay. Clan Ross. Khan. Okay, we're putting it together, right? We're still talking about you. Lost tribes of Israel. Surnames, right? So Rusha connects to Israelites, manai. They call Saracen, but you ain't no Arab. You're Israel. And this is what they're hiding. In that Scottish history where it says original origin Scottish, Scott, or, connect to Princess Scotia, these are Hebrew Amas, Managi. However you connect it, you're talking knights. And Richard the Lionheart, is supposed to be allied with the Prester. Now, connect that with the Braveheart flow, right? So after the Crusades, John traveled the world until he found the island of Avalon. This Avalon could be compared with Atlantis, all kind of things. There he gained the, quote, evil eye. Did he start to see clearly? I mean, how are they spinning this in Marvel? As a plague seemed to wipe out the citizens of Avalon, John prepared to sit upon the seat of survival, which would place him in suspended animation. Then we started digging on this and said, what's suspended animation? However, Kang or Khan, like Genghis Khan, tried to get John to join him as a result of their battle. So he tried to get John to join him, but then they went to battle. John was sent into the past. He attempted to manipulate events in the past, advising a Frankish king to battle the Vikings. He was stopped by Thunderstrike or Thor. So them hijack, Avengers, they're fighting against the Prester. This is why they venerate these Avengers. This Thor was fighting this Zeus. This Zeus is fighting against the Prester. Man, I can see how they even lined it up in the Marvel, who was investigating a town Khan had reverted to in medieval times, man. So they're teleporting, Managa. They back in the past. It's really interesting to dig on suspended animation because this could kind of give you a hint into where King David has been, where Moshe has been in Deuteronomy 34, where it says his eye was never dim, his life force was never abated, was never lessened. Has he been in suspended animation? Are they giving us the drop? But they just talking Marvel talk now, right? Okay. We're about to get to this Voynich manuscript for the, best dismount of all time, like we always have. But it's very interesting. We're talking the OG. We're talking original. So since the Prester John letter no longer exists in its original version, or are they hiding it? We know it today only through a multitude of recapitulations published in the ensuing centuries in prose and in verse, in Latin and in vernaculars, many of them embroidered with fantasies and of later generations. Like they got a lot of Christian talk in there now. Christ, 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 all this stuff in there. So later embroidered, right, with fantasies because they're not Christian. Genghis Khan's not even Christian. The summary that follows is based on an inferential reconstruction made in the 19th century of the original. So we're talking about the original Prester. We're about to get into the original Voynich. The letter is purportedly addressed to the Christian emperor. Remember, we don't know if they're Christians, right? In some version manual of Byzantium and others Frederick Barbarossa. By John the Presbyter, priest king, king of kings, lord of lords, in order to describe himself and his realm, now that knowledge of our greatness has reached. Let's get it from here. Has reached you. John claims to have exceeded all men in riches. Oh, David got the drop. One shepherd forever. He will feed you. Khan, virtue and power. When he rides forth into war, he is accompanied by more than 100,000 cavalry men and more than 1,000,000 foot soldiers, marching behind 13 enormous crosses or cross sticks made of gold and precious stones. 72 kings pay tribute to him. 30,000 men eat at his table. He shall feed you, Khan. And they are served by 7 kings, 52 dukes, 365 counts, as well as by a humbler retinue. Roman and Greek clergymen alike eat at John's table. The table itself is made of emerald, supported by legs of amethyst. Other tables in the palace are of gold and ivory. The palace, built after the pattern of the one erected for King Gundofor by the Apostle Thomas, is a vast structure of shittim wood. Yeah, that's that tabernacle flow. Ebony, gold, onyx, sardonyx, and crystal. John's bedchamber is bedecked with gold and precious stone, and his bed is made of sapphire. But the sapphire represents chastity, and though John has a harem of the most beautiful women in the world, he lies with one or another of them only 4 times a year, all together, solely for procreation. I mean, hey, this is their story. Sticking to it. But then, start comparing this with the Sheba flow. And they say also that these daughters of Sheba would, come, I think, 4 times a year. They'll have their babies. The women would go to this island of women, and the men would stay with their fathers or something like that, or be opposite, and then they'll switch. You know what I mean? So, there's something to this. You know what I mean? While he's building up his life force, he's just not popping it off all the time, right? Nor is this the only demonstration that John's realm is not founded on mere untrammeled splendor. When he rides forth on occasionary or ordinary occasion, he is preceded not by martial magnificence, but by an unadorned wooden cross and a vase full of earth to remind him of the passion of the Savior. Man, cut it. But that earth reminds us of the Sambanyan, how it said this elder had this sand from the infamous, Sandy River that was supposed to have, be the boundary between the other lost tribes that are in exile, and that they can't cross this Sabbath river because, it flows 6 days and the rest on the Shabbat. And, some say it lights up in fire, but you can't cross it on the Shabbat. You can't cross the Sabbath river on Shabbat. But the sand always lets them know, when the Shabbat is, because the sand is always moving and it stops moving on the Shabbat. So there ain't no guesswork as to when the Shabbat is if you have this sand from the Shabbat Sambanyan Sandy Sea. Now, this John has this sand, right? He has this vase or vase full of earth, so any correlation with the Sambanyan, they try to put it to their JC, but stop it. You're talking Khanda. You're talking King David. And of the dust to which he shall return. All right. So to be sure, the vases of gold and a silver bowl full of gold is also brought along. But this is so that the world may always be reminded of John's greatness. A bent for self-effacement is above all shown by this his simple title of presbyter. The reason for it, he explains, is to distinguish his own unique majesty from all the kings and archbishops, with whom his palace is regularly overflowing. In this array of high titles, we choose to be called by a lesser name and to assume an inferior rank to show our great humility, man. They just trying to make him inferior, man. They don't know. And this is all guesswork, my dog. This is all guesswork for them. An ideal balance of wisdom and Wealth also characterizes the realm over which Prester John presides. There is no poverty among his subjects, no strife. Thieves and robbers are not found here, no adultery or avarice. There is no flattery, no lying, for he who speaks a lie dies forthwith, or is regarded by us as dead. His name is not mentioned, nor is he honored. Pilgrims and visitors are warmly received. Indeed, they may find a special reward in store for them. So this is why they're trying to get in their minds to this land that, and shout out to my Aqua that told me to check out The Kingdom of Heaven, a movie with Liam Nelson and Orlando Bloom. But yeah, they think finding this this Jerusalem or this promised land, it's going, all these miracles are going to happen. They're going to see clearly. You know what I'm saying? They're going to get sins erased. All this stuff's going to happen. Of course, they're over there in Hijack City, Middle East. They're not, in the movie, they're not showing America, but we know that this is where they're coming. Pilgrims came, right? We got Thanksgiving. My nigga. All about the pilgrims and the Indians, right? Okay, so anywhere pilgrims are coming, my nigga, is Tara Sancta, Holy Land. The whole story about the pilgrim should let you know for sure that you are in holy land, my nigga. Pilgrims popping up to anywhere but holy land. So this is why we're popping off. Let's get it for the dismount. So are the pilgrims warmly received? I guess so. I guess the Indians warmly received them, according to their story, right? Indeed, they may find a special reward. Oh, they got the gold, huh? For in a desert place there stands a rock that has incredible curative powers, a special curing rock. Two holy men guard it and ask every arriving pilgrim if he's a Christian. Cut it, man. Cut it, man. But how does it apply to you? If you're in code, what does this special rock do for you, right? He is allowed to get into the muscle-shaped cavity in the rock in which there are 4 inches of water. If the pilgrim's faith is sincere, the water will rise miraculously above his head like a baptism. This is where the Christians got the knockoff, oh, just dunk them in the water, you're reborn. I mean, whether we're talking the fountain of youth or this curing rock, the water will rise miraculously above his head 3 times, and he will be cured of his ailment. Despite such miracles of nature, the main feature of the landscape in Prester John's realm seems to be desert, right? Marco Polo, they got this desert, Naga who's over here, saving Nagas in the desert and stuff. I mean, you got the Kafir al-Tarak talking about the desert Nagas, you know what I'm saying, which are the people of Prester John. Let's go. HaWah said the desert will become fertile again, you know what I'm saying, fruitful again, right? Let's go. People say, oh man, that land looks like a desert. Man, let's go. It is dominated by a waterless, sandy sea. So back to that sandy water. You know what I mean? The sand letting you know it's the Shabbat. Sandy sea on which the sand moves and swells into waves like the sea, and is never still. And after a desert journey of 3 days from this sea, one reaches mountains from which descends a waterless river. A river that flows, but it's not water, right? It's stones. So we got sea, we got stones, which flows through our country to the sandy sea. 3 days in a week it flows and casts up stones, both great and small, and it also carries with it wood to the sandy sea. Now watch this. Oh, yeah. Because they talk about 3 days this sandy sea is running, and then they go back and start talking about this Josephus situation. And then they get into the Eldad story, which is another great investigation. He's talking about the same water right here on page 45. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my despair, shall bring my offering running along. One of the borders of Eldad's homeland is a river 200 yards wide, full of sand and stones, but without water. A waterless river, right? So here's another witness validating this waterless river. The stones made a great noise like the waves of the sea in a stormy wind, so that in the night the noise is heard at a distance of half a day's journey, and this river of stone and sand rose during the 6 days. So they tried to get us with the 3 days, but according to Eldad Hadani, this river of stone and sand rose during the 6 working days and rest on the Shabbat. As soon as the Sabbath begins, fire surrounds the river, and the flames remain until the next evening when the Sabbath ends. So this is why that, old man had the vase, That's why the Prester has that vase full of earth. Why would the Prester be carrying around dirt? Oh, to remind him that he comes from the dirt to the dirt, from our Savior, dirt shall he return from our sovereign. Come on, man. Prester's laughing. Man, this is dirt from the sandy river. This is dirt from the Sabbath river. This is dirt from the Sabbath river. So no matter what time I'm in, I know when the Shabbat truly is, when this river rests, when this sand stops moving in this vase. When the sand stops moving, I know it's the Shabbat. When it starts moving, I know I could pop off. This is why he's carrying around the vase of earth. And this river of stone and sand rolls 6 working days and rest on the Shabbat. As soon as the Shabbat begins, fire surrounds the river and the flames remain until the next evening when the Sabbath ends. Thus, no human being can reach the river for a distance of half a mile on either side. The fire consumes all that goes there. This river, called the San Banyan, clearly is an ancestor of the river of stones in Prester John's letter. This is especially evident in 1507 English version cited above, where traits even include that stopping only on Saturday. Ho ho ho. Eldad, in accordance with already ancient Jewish traditions or Israelite traditions from which he differs only in locating the river in Ethiopia. Which one? Because Rudolph Sanders is letting you know Ethiopia is a vague term, just like India. Which one? Prester's the, king of the three Indias. Which one? Which Ethiopia? Each India is an Ethiopia. Eptiops is a Greek word meaning burnt, burning ones. Back to the seraphim. Let's go. Let's go for the dismount. From which he differs only in locating the river in Ethiopia instead of Syria, has made the legendary Sambanyan a boundary line between the lost tribes and their neighbors. So this is a boundary HaWah has set up. And even Josephus writes about this letter. Let's get it bigger. For the dismount. And we're going to talk Voynich on the way up out of here. The first mentions of the Sambanyan on record occurred in the 1st century. Josephus wrote in the Jewish War of a river in Syria that has an astonishing peculiarity, for when it flows, it is a copious stream with the current far from sluggish. Then all at once its sources fell, and for the space of 6 days, not 3. So 2 witnesses are saying 6 days, right? It presents the spectacle of a dry bed again, as though no change has occurred. It pours forth on the 7th day just as before. Oh, right. So Josephus has it all in reverse. Josephus is acting like it's resting for 6 days and then it starts to flow on the Shabbat. You know that ain't happening, Managa. You know that's hijacked, but we're talking Josephus, right? Wow. And it has always been observed to keep strictly to this order, whence they have called it the sabbatical river. See how he's flipping it? The Sabbatakan. Sabbatakan. So naming it after the sacred 7th day of the Jews. The Jewish Josephus surprisingly puts his river to work on Saturday. Wow. For the dismount. He says, go to work, rivers. He's flipping it all. But perhaps this is for him a symbol of spiritual rejuvenation. The gentle Pliny, on the other hand, set the matter all right when he says, so we got Eldad, we got Josephus talking about it, even though he flips it. Then we got Pliny talking about it. And remember where Pliny's India is, right? Back to China. Hopefully next time in Prester 75, we can go more into the man named China, you know? Just keep digging on that OSB and connecting it. Yeah, where does Pliny say India is? Here is Ptolemy's India. So I said Pliny, but Ptolemy says India is right here. Which Pliny, I mean, you know, we got to be able to put that together. So you got Ptolemy letting you know where India is. What's Pliny talking about on the Sambanya? Set the matter all right. He said, in Judea is a stream that dries up every Sabbath. The river flows into rabbinical literature through the great Midrash, which says that the 10 tribes wander into exile on the other side of the river Sambanyan, or Sabbatakan. The idea of placing it in Ethiopia, which may not have originated with Eldad, probably comes from its having been equated by some biblical, ooh, for the dismount. Ooh, so they're saying that there is a equating of the Sambanyan waterless river, with the biblical Jahan River, right? One of the 4 rivers of paradise. And you keep hearing that Jerusalem's in the center of the world. You got these rivers flowing through. And this Gahan is one of those rivers. And is it the Sambanyan? And is it the Gahan or is it the John, Managa? Wow. Would there be a special river named after King David, named after Prester John, whom I will raise up, one shepherd forever? You know what I'm saying? Seems to correlate. Seems to be coming together. Man, we just surfing the wave, man. Last noble image. It's pretty deep to go all this time, man, to sit solitary. Oh yeah, Ethiopia, Ethiops. These are just vague terms, this author says. Ethiopia in the Orient, Ethiopia in the West. Who's the Ethiopian? Just like the Chinese today can't claim to be the real China, can they? Not in the 1500s. The real India? Nope. The real Japan? Nope. What about the real Ethiopia? Could the Ethiopian today claim to be the true original Ethiop burning one? Not if they're not in Cathay. Wow. Okay. At some point it starts getting real good, man, real fun. You know what I mean? To ask these questions. We don't have to have all the right answers. You know what I'm saying? But we are learning to ask the right question. You know, like did a black man discover the fountain of youth? And what is this Voynich manuscript all about? His belly flopping around here. Oh yeah, we gotta get back on this Atahualpa. Atahualpa. Wow. This Nagaragua. He too was a living symbol of the demystification of the East. They're searching for the Prester for 500 years to demystify the Far East, which is you, the Oriental in the Orient. Yeah, man. Don't try to slow down our flow. We over here moving and we over here grooving, man. Let's go. We popping though. It says, with that legend went for the time being all hope of a noble image of the Negro. So when they demystify, the Prester, that's them conquering you. When they did that, all hope, all hope of a noble image was out of here. To counter the one that was coming, now they got this West Africa image, right? Now they got you're an African American image, right? Jesse Jackson, go back to Africa. Darky, go back to Africa, right? You can't be the copper color racist found here no more, right? You can't be the ones found over here in structure, in the act of building, right? Now it's Darky, go back to Africa. But these copper Nagas are the American. Now you got to convince these Americans they from Africa, which is real tough because it seems like America is India's superior. Now you got to convince the original Chinese, the original Asiatic, the original Katai of Cathay, the original Japanese of Kapangu, that they're from Africa. And this whole out of Africa theory and slave boat this and all this stuff, man, they came here, found superior Nagas, and took us from here on boats elsewhere. Everything's in reverse. You just got to be willing to see clearly. Managa, this is a map of America. This is America. Tara Sancta, China, Cathay, popping off in real time, my nigga. Copper-colored nagas found here, not brought here, not brought here, not brought here, but you were just found here. We popping off of the disc, man. You weren't brought here, you were found here. And now they took your title and now apply it to the hijack, right? Descendants of Europeans born. So they said, new rule, new rule. We could be born somewhere and take the title of the Khan. Take the title of the Khan. It's the Khan that they were searching for 500 years. And they kept searching, and, they just narrowed it down to America by this time because they knew they found the Prester. They knew they found you. This is a copper-colored Naga. This is the color of Grandma's penny, my Naga. This is the copper-colored Khan. He ain't from Africa. That's why you searching over here. Is you the rabbit, my Naga, or is you the deer? Huh? You have to decide. Whoa, he's popping off. This is you. See that spark? This is you. Are you the rabbit or are you the deer? So with this Prester, he's a symbol of the demystification. So this mystery is being searched out, right? They're searching, ending like the legend of the Prester John ending like the legend of Prester John in the Abyssinian dust. Abyssinia is the original name of Ethiopia. Abyssinia means mixed, like mixed multitude, like Moshe. Yeah. With that legend went for the time being. So it's prophecy that one day you have a shepherd, right? One day you have a king, a Khan. One day you have a Prester. But until then, all hope of a noble image. Now you got Obama, you got Martin Luther King, what you got? All hope of a noble image. Oh, I got Haile Selassie, Kingdom of Judah in Ethiopia over there. That's a reflection of your noble image over here, my naga. Come up out of her. They retaught our history and made reflections and duplications all over the place. Phantoms. Where's the real line of Judah? Where's Udal, the lofty, the high, the mountains? Could lay loose bodies on bodies, Akis on Akis. Because now you have a new image. After your noble image, after the last noble image, they gave you a new out of Africa image, and it didn't look like this no more. My naga, you know this. It didn't look like the royal. They got their own version of royalty, man. And it's something different, right? This is what they found here. This is the kingdom of Jerusalem. 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 Cities of gold. You're going a long day. You've been solitary many days without a king. So I see a lot of my niggas, my niggas, and my niggas, they're on, the whole, Kanye and Drake now coming together for the free Larry Hoover. They're making a spectacle out this Larry Hoover, King David, Chicago flow. And you just notice they They got the 6-pointer star. They got somebody gave them some science, right? Like something embedded in there is connecting them with Jerusalem, with Israel. They got the Star of David. They're talking King David. They're talking, prophecy damn near, but they're looking at this Larry Hoover, like this is going to unite the streets. It's going to unite all the Nagas. And I hope so, man. I want to see it. We want to see it. But without a code, all that unity's for nothing. It's not about brute force. And yeah, we strong, but you ain't strong if you're going to keep being a harlot. Then you're going to go many more days without a king, without a prince, without your sacred things. But it is prophecy, not history, but prophecy that the children of Israel will return, seek the Creator, your power, and David, the Khan. Forever, according to Ezekiel, one shepherd forever. And this Khan, for the dismount, we've been digging on David Soslan, right? Roger Chola, Jadaron, Prester John, his father, David Soslan's father's Prester John, Roger, and this Tamil history, this Indian history, right? So now that we know where India's at, we can start connecting the India history, the Hindu flow, everything that's stealing out of that, the China, the Japanese, Managa, the Hebrew, the American, indigenous history, Papuva, all that Mongol flow merging into one, and you have the drop. Now you see clearly. Now you're on Prester John 74, going into 75 on cruise control, making a victory lap. Rest in power, Managa, neighborhood nib, a.k.a. Hermes, a.k.a. Jeremias or Jeremiah. We just popping up. So Roger Chola, the second Jadaron, the first Prester John, an emperor of the three Indias. The so-called Voynich manuscript is a 15th century copy of the original, which was written by him, who? Prester John. Now they don't know. They're acting like they don't know who wrote it. It's encrypted. You got MIT and all these, big technological schools trying to crack the code. They're having competitions. Who can crack the code? They're saying it's written in a Hebreo. What they say the language is the Hebreo. So it's Hebrew, but it's also Georgian, but it's also Indian. Now that would sound crazy unless you connect it, what? Back to David Soslan. Oh yeah, we're just talking Marvels. We just talking suspended animation, my naga. We talking Marvel characters. Yeah. We're talking exilarchs in the Babylonian captivity, along with the who? What language is that again? Hebreo, Georgian? And the Georgia connects with the Rus, because you're talking Russia, which connects with the Scots and Scotia and Richard the Lionhearts and all the Nagas, that's going to war head on with King James and them, and all the hijack over there, connected with the families of the Saracen, of the American, of the Israelites right here, looking like you right here. This looks like an American Naga if I've seen an American. This looks like a copper-colored Naga if I've ever seen a copper-colored Naga. Huh? This is representative of the same Naga. The same Naga as this. Those two cross sticks coming together in Ezekiel. Bang, bang. That's the Hebrew Tau, not a Christian cross. They put Zeus on your cross. They put Zeus on the towel and they gave it back to you. And subconsciously, you accepted it because it was familiar, right? They took something familiar to you and gave it right, repackaged it, gave you a new romance. Oh, yeah, they gave you a new hero. It was no longer ThaWaDa. It was a new romance, right? Ooh, then you get the Roman. Hebrew word of the day, Ramani, is the pomegranate connection to the promised land, which is what all the King Arthur Camelot is all about, the promised land. But it's really about Khan David, or the Prester John, or the Nestor, old king renowned for his wisdom, and gave you that Baruch. Oh boy, priest king. Let's go. Khan. We just talking about you. Just talking about you. Exarch David, the sixth Sultan of Babylon and Georgia, who's his dad? Raja, Heraja, Chola, also known as Jadaran. And we done surfed this wave in this genie site, man, and connected so much going back into this Jadaran flow. Just go surf the wave, Managa, and know that they've been searching for him, man. But the same Prester, the same Emperor Negus of the three Indias. We're talking the Americas, Asia, or both Asias, all that. So even Africa, because everyone had to pay tribute to the Prester. The so-called Voynich manuscript is a 15th century copy. So the one we're about to get for the dismount, and we'll continue with the Voynich. We got a lot more Voynich connection to make. But I'm just touching base with, something that we started on the Voynich manuscript back in Prester John number 10. We might have to get a piece of that too for the dismount. So, and in 10, we were like, man, I can't believe we made it to 10. And now we're in 74. Goodness gracious. Halal. Hey, ThaWaDa Drop Nation for surfing the wave. All the contributors at 432 to Drop Radio for believing in us, believing in the vision. And here we are. So they got a 15th century copy of the OG that was written by the Prester in the 12th century. Whoa, so this takes us right back to the Prester John letter in 1165. This takes us right in the heart of things. They're saying it was written, this Raja Haraja Prester John, this Prester John is estimated before 1195. We're talking 12th century, or we're talking 12th century. So this would be the Prester that's writing the Voynich manuscript. This would be the Naga that's encoded it in what they call a Hebreo Georgian Indian language. India where? We're talking India Superior again. Georgia who? Oh, this is the Babylonian captivity, right? So the Georgia plays heavy. Big heavy. Father of Exarch has died. Now connect the his die in the script. This is of Babylon, right? Now connect Nebuchadnezzar with Shalmaneser or Genghis Khan. Changgis, right? Changgis Chan. Zengis Chan. That's the adversary of King David. And after that invasion with Genghis Khan, with Genghis, the more and more war really popped off. And the last stand was right there in that 1812 spot with the Kumse's War. That was your last chance to code up and tribe up, man. And that put us into like a 200-year tailspin that we just getting out of in that Ruach Tardy We're talking Georgia, We're talking Georgia. We're talking Hebrews. We're talking Indians or copper color races found here, which means we're talking you. Who is Prester John? And as promised, we do have a couple spots that we want to jump into for the voiding on the way out the door, my nigga. Ahab 2 Woodward TV. We're going to get a piece of this from Woodward. And then we're going to get a piece of Prester John, number 10, and just belly flop around in that as we are out the dojo. Hey, let's get it from here. Let's go.
Symmetrical and asymmetrical. The way it is described is, think of...
Let's get it from the top.
It's not unusual to have published documents from anonymous or unknown authors or sources.
We just got that Prester John wrote this in the 12th century. But they keep telling us it's unknown, right? But you surfed the wave to get to this point. Let's go.
And sometimes you come across something that is special. Now, the question concerning the Voynich manuscript is...
Everybody's looking for it. It's in Yale, it's in Harvard, MIT. Everybody's searching through to try to break your code.
If this manuscript was encrypted and written in, let's say, 15th century English, would the information in it be of any value? What makes this manuscript special is that, one, it's pretty old, 15th century, about 600 years. In the early 1400s, 1404 to 1438. Two, the author is still unconfirmed. And three, it has yet to be deciphered. So in cryptography, which is basically the study of coding, it is about writing and solving codes. This could be used in art, in writing, and in computer science. And in cryptography, there are two types of encryption, symmetrical and asymmetrical. The way it is described is, think of it as a door, and behind that door is information. You have a key to that door so that you can lock it or encrypt it, or you can unlock it, decrypt it. This is to secure the information behind the door so that only you and anyone else who has that key can access that information. This manuscript is not only a mystery, it has quite the lengthy history. And most of that history involves people trying to figure out what it is, rather than being able to use the information that is in it. So let's take a closer look at what is also known as the cipher manuscript.
They trying to crack your code. Hey, man, dodge the hijack. Hijack's always trying to crack the code, man. But I think the code is just for you, man. I think it's just for you to crack this code. What you think? Let's go. Shout out to Woodward, though.
So let me give you guys a brief history lesson on this, as I am sure there are several of you who haven't had a chance to look into this yet. In New York City, 1960, a musician and writer by the name of Ethel Voynich died in her home at the age of 96. All her remaining possessions were passed on to her friend, Ann Nill.
So this is named after some jabroni named Voynich, man. So that's not the name of this document. You dig?
Was her companion in her later years after her husband had passed. Now, of these possessions, sealed in a bank vault, was an old, plain, brown manuscript with no title. It is a fairly sized manuscript with about 240 pages, well, around 206 pages, not including the 30 pages that are missing due to it being centuries old and apparently being passed along the hands of several individuals throughout history. It is in very poor condition. When you open this manuscript, there is page after page of writings in an unknown language, along with illustrations of what appears to be plants, herbs, flowers.
So you got the drop on the plants, the herbs, the flowers. And remember, what you're seeing here is a reproduced copy. So you see all kind of, sometimes I got these images of look like white people going crazy. This is a copy, right? So there was an original 12th century manuscript that we read, that Prester John penned that version or wrote that version. And then you have this copy from hundreds of years later with Christendom put their images in our stuff, same way they did in the Maccabees, the Greeks. That's what they do. It's called iconoclasm. They iconoclasted this document. So don't let the images fool you. This is reproduced, copied from centuries later of the original. The OG, they say they don't even know where it's at no more, right? So we don't even know what's in the OG, but the copy, they're so sure about all these images, right? So we know we're not seeing the OG, but this at least puts you, in the investigation. Now you're searching for it. Now that you know it's connected with this black man, right? It's connected with this Naga, this copper colored Khan, man. Let's go.
That seemed beyond exotic, colored with red, green, yellow, and blue, accompanied with unusual depictions.
Mm.
Divided into 18 quires, the book has several folios that fold out to reveal more illustrations. It seems to be also divided into three main sections. The first section seems to focus on botanicals, herbs, plants, roots. The second section seems to focus on cosmology and astrology with astrological symbolism. The third section seems to be the most difficult section to figure out with its bizarre depictions of naked women in baths, etc., as well as more herbs and plants, and ending with pages and pages of sectioned text, which they call the recipe section. Now, Ethel.
Recipe for who? Recipe for what? Did HaWah give us the recipe for all Hijack City? Reminds me of that book of herbs that Noah's supposed to be having, the book of herbs. Man, it's coming together.
Ethel's husband, Wilfrid Voynich, spent some time trying to decode it as he attempted to find a buyer for it. For over 50 years, this manuscript stayed in their possession as Wilfrid tried to decode it and died trying. Not even a year after Ethel's death, the manuscript was sold off to a buyer who wanted to resell it. But because he could not find a buyer for it, he donated the manuscript to Yale University in 1969, where it remains today. Now, before this manuscript was in the hands of Voynich, it of course had another name, the cipher manuscript. At least that is what Ethel called it in a short letter she wrote that was tucked inside the envelope of the book. In order to understand what this manuscript is, we have to understand why someone would write it to begin with. Is it just a hoax? Is someone trying to troll people who want to decipher it? Not likely. And that is due to the expensive nature of the binding and paper, which is calf skin, and the fact that something like this can't be put together overnight. I will say this, it reminds me of some other type of text, and I'll get to that in a moment. When it comes to the Voynich manuscript, to get a better idea of where the influence of its encryption comes from, we have to go back and look at guess. Take a guess. That's right, ancient Egypt. hieroglyphic transformations. You can see the steganography of the manuscript, which is rooted in Egyptian encryption. If you were to take a look at the previous owners of this manuscript before Voynich, you would find that the closest to finding an author is Roger Bacon. But the book isn't that old. That would be around the 13th century. They say the Roman Emperor Rudolph II was involved. Doctor and scientist Johannes Marci, alchemist George Barish, they think this book has been through several hands, and the two main themes riding with this book are alchemy and the occult. It is an esoteric codex. Even Terence McKenna, DMT guy, the ethnobotanist and mystic, he even says that it is truly an occult book, one that no one can read.
Well, that means secret. And while he's connecting things to ancient Egypt, he hasn't once said that it's a what? Hebrew, Hebreo, anything, right? He hasn't connected it with Hebrew at all. He hasn't connected it with Prester John. He says, oh, only Roger Bacon has come close to, putting an author to this. But right here, we're reading, and this is right here on the drop, 432thedrop.com. Article, digging on Prester John and the three Indians, that this Raja Chola II, Jadaram in his 12th century, right? Prester John, Emperor of the three Indies, that the Voynich manuscript that we just dug on is a 15th century copy. So that's 1400s of the original that was written in the 1100s. The language is a Hebrew, Georgian, Indian language of the royal house. Then he goes into his son by the black Pandian wife. Remember, his Prester John is Pandian, right? Was King Vikarama Pandian. He had at least 3 sons by his Jewish wife or Hebrew wife, Lady Hannah. That's who we just got here. So you see how this is connected with the genie? Lady Anna. Lady Hannah. And she's the mother of Solomon and Hanan or Canaan and David. Oh, shout out to the lady dragons on the wall. His son David Solomon became Babylonian exarch and the husband of Queen Tamar of Georgia. Right? This Hebreo-Georgian Indian language. Wow, so this gives us way more detail than we just got surfing all that wave right there. His son Hanan or Hani became the prince of the king of the Jews of Tahama. So all of his brothers, this whole family are exarchs, are princes and kings and royals. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the royal house of Nagaville, man. And the Prester had to encrypt this stuff so that they couldn't. This should give you so much hope, man. That there's a language that their highest Yale universities and science and all this stuff cannot crack the code. They can't crack the code. Oh, Solomon, King Solomon, the Hebrew prince of the king of the Talmas, who married Queen Limbu or Labana of the Rubani, back to the Rubani, Gadi, and Mani, or Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh. Huh? Wow. Who's the queens? Love to my lady dragons on the wall. We're talking the high Amazon queens yet again. And like I said, we've been digging on this since 2016. So I ain't like we done nothing different. We holding it down, holding it up since Prester John 10 on the Voynich manuscript, man. Since Prester John 10 on the Voynich manuscript, man. Now look at what the dates they're giving, right? 1163. Other Orthodox say that Prester John's kingdom was taken out by Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan. You know, I'm watching that series on Netflix, that Marco Polo, and it, you know, they give you a hijacked version of what's going on, but there's always some babies in the bathwater. Facts. You remember Moshe? Moshe was also a baby in the bathwater. And Moshe was taking out the bathwater. And we must take out the babies to connect back to Moshe, back to our law, back to the indigenous truth, the foundational legend. So this Christian emperor, they're calling Prester John, which we understand our timelines, because at 1165, and it's linking back with this. I'm a belly fly right quick, man. You know, we got a belly fly. And it's HaWah really the father of many nations or seeds, especially the seed, the energy, a North American Indian, a kind of Abraham with whom he is contemporaries. Notice he's living at the same time with his belly flop, man. Let's go. The mercantile caste that once ruled in the Indus Valley or Hirapons. So there's another baby. So these Azoras were fighting the Aryans. So the Aryans were the hijack, and they were hijacking the Azoras, which they're calling the mercantile caste that was once ruled. So these people were low on the caste system, and they once ruled in the Indus Valley. So they were once rulers, but now they were at the bottom of the caste system. Spent so many years fighting covertly against the Azoras, such as the destroying their huge system of irrigation lakes, causing destructive flooding, that Abraham and his kindred just gave up and marched to West Africa. Oh, Asia. Belly flop. Meditate on that. Turn my heart music up a little bit. It's getting good to us, man. Hey, let's belly flop to the dismount. Prester John 10, man. Only a few words in the manuscript are considered not to be written in the unknown script. A sequence of Latin letters in the right. So they still don't have no translations of anything in here. They got the paint, the blue, clear, white, red, brown, green paints of the manuscript, analyzed by the PLMR, XRD, EDS, scanning electron microscopies. I mean, they're going crazy trying to figure this shit out. They're going crazy. The Vonic manuscript is an illustrated codex handwritten in an unknown writing system. The vellum on which it is written had been carbon dated to the early 15th century again. Just like this document said, this goes back to, it was a 15th century copy of the 12th century joint written by Raja. Mr. John. Going back to the 15th century, it may be composed in northern Italy during the Italian Renaissance. Oh, it may be. Oh, okay. The manuscript is named after Wilfred Voynich, a Polish book dealer who purchased it in 12. So it's not even called that. They just named it after the dude who purchased this thing. All he did was purchase it in 1912, and they called the entire manuscript of Prester John after him, a Polish book dealer. These people fucked up. The Voynich manuscript has been studied by professional and amateur cryptographers, including American and British code breakers from World War I and World War II. Is this play? Man. You got code breakers trying to... Code breakers from World War I and World War II. Trying to figure this out while they're on your neck bone, right? Now, while they're jamming us up, they're trying to break the code. While we getting jammed up, they're trying to decipher something. And the cipher is the Keyber, is the Kyber, is the Heber, is the Iberu. You are the code. You are the cipher. You are the Sefer. You are the cyber. You are the cyber. Yeah, you are the cipher, man. Who is Prester John? Did a black man discover the fountain of youth, man? Do you get fed, my nigga? Are you being fed? Have you returned? Are you seeking the Creator in Khan David? The same David that HaWah will raise up unto us. The same David. And I will set up one shepherd, and he shall feed them, my servant David. He shall feed them and be their shepherd, and I, HaWah, will be their power. My servant David, prince among them. I have spoken it. I will make a covenant of peace. Anaga, they gonna dwell safely in the wilderness. Man, I'm gonna make the places around them all Baruch, and I will cause the shower to come down in its season. The same shepherd. Managi. At this point, you just gotta know. Gotta know that it's all happening. You could be the rabbit, Managi, you could be the deer. But either way, you better know. You gotta pop off. Your bones gotta be popping back off, man. I mean, HaWah done prophesied to your bones. I done prophesied. I commanded these bones to come together. Yeah, man. One shepherd. And they and my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. Are you the rabbit or are you the deer? Do you see clear? That's the question. Do you see clear? Are you sparking off? Are you charging up, man? All praise to HaWah. We'll be back, man. Surfing the wave in Prester John installment 75, man. 74 might be one of our longest wave surfs, man. But I do it like this, so that you could take the time and you can belly flop and you can do what you got to do. Know that we make the coldest dismounts of all time. So never just get the beginning and then, just know that the best is always, worth the wait. And, this is a real life investigation. I don't have a bunch of notes in front of me, just the wave, just the wave that we've been surfing. And your great comments, your support has got us there. Allow Juan, Managa, Baruch Khan, Dan Drop. Everyone is talking about everything you and Drop Nation talked about for the past 5 years, Khan. Hey, man, stuff is crazy, man. We right on time. Khan, Shalom. So they're not saying, oh, Khan, you got the drop. They're saying, man, Drop Nation, one tribe. Valley of Dry Bones coming together, man. Dracon's popping off. Love to Judy. Derek Barry. Prester John looks like my Uncle Joseph. Descend from Henson, son of Han. Johannes, man. Derek Barry popping off. Wayne Lewis. This may have something to do with the river under the Gulf of Mexico. Ooh, we're going to have to dig on this river under the Gulf of Mexico, because we're just talking about the kingdom of the Prester. Oh, man. It's all coming together. More pieces of our rich lineage. Love to Larry, Carniel, Melchizedek, Melchi, King, Zedek, Priest. Hey, love to my bro Drake Tosh, Stones Edition. Very good translation. Ahab, Aki, and Zion Dove, stay popping off. And would this bring you back to Raja Chola Dynasty drop? The Hindus, the Tamils? My sister brought us back to the Roger Cholas right in our face, bro, man. She brought us right back home and got us saying, hey, who oh who is Prester John? Who are the Cholas? Who are the Pania? And who got the drop, man? Hey, keep surfing the wave, Drop Nation. It's because of you that we surfing the wave. And take the time, please, right now to continue to donate, to give what you got. My Naga 500 code keepers. It ain't nothing, for us to continue to put in a dub. That's a 10 rack flow every time to continue our vision, our journey, our separation from Hijack City. You want to know what to be a part of, this is something that's repeatable, observable. This is scientific. This is something that we're doing in real time. Boots are on the ground, and we need your help. We need all your support, man. We need, you to make sure that we have a great cushion so we can get the supplies and just pop off with all the equipment and everything that we need, man. So we got Nagas coming out, you know what I'm saying? Nagas need, to be, you know, in good energy, good spirits. We need food, everything popping off. So this fund is supporting the Nagas that are building as well as materials, themselves. So keep it going so that we can keep making more trips up there. You know what I'm saying? Like this takes a lot out of Naga's schedule, our budgets and all this out of pocket and all that. So this helps us continue to make return trips to continue to build our fence for JoiWorld, Naga, for Nagaville. Ahab to my 500 code keeper knockers for your Baruch. HaWah. Hey, we did it again. Keep popping off. And, never stop the search. Never stop searching for HaWah, to get in code, to seek, and to be one with the one shepherd. HaWah.